All right. So, as a quick recap, the party had a relatively brief down period time after arriving back at Casimir with the Sky Barge, which was then later renamed to the Flying Angler, and the villagers in tow from the Crescent Moon village. And then a few days after that, Betty and her band of orcs, Betty, showed up on their war pigs, and they were basically directed into the old fort, which that held a bunch of orcs beforehand, to be like, hey, you guys can take this place and like fix it up and turn it into a barracks, place for yourselves and your training and all this sort of jazz. So that was all done, and the party took care of a couple of different just little tasks that needed to be done in order to continue with the development of the community, looking at literal building planning and where you want roads and bridges and how you're going to be setting up your sewage and all of those little bits and pieces. Which
I've never been good at RTSs.
Yeah, which many members of the party, this is their first brush with this kind of stuff. But thankfully, there are enough varied backgrounds and enough varied skill sets between you guys and all of the other homesteaders and everything that this shit's starting to come together. Among other things, a Trastram, Alma, and Seamus set up a ritual casting spot. There's basically a little pavilion style there's no walls, it's just a roof on some pillars.
That's fine, don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's fine, don't worry about it. There's, and they cleared out a section of exposed rock where they then carved in some runes and all that sort of stuff, and they set up a little arcane ritual casting area for whatever that comes up in the future, because that will come up in the future at some point. But they went ahead and set that up. The party or specifically Tim, went to Harham for a couple of days and was down there to get a legal licensure for you guys to travel to Uxland and to do some trade and commerce, which is where the Flying Angler was given its official designation. The people at the Coin and Law didn't really know how to write this shit down, because flying there's literally 2 flying ships in existence that you guys are aware of, and the Flying Angler is one of them. So that's how rare these things are. You guys are about to change international trade and everything as soon as you launch from the ship. So that was done. Laria saw on one day a little vision. Some figure was doing death rites, and when they noticed the airship coming up behind them, they were all like, "Oh shit, fuck, gotta get out of here!" and then ran off. What does this mean? Who knows? That's Oracle shit for you. But that's what the Oracle saw. So there was all that. June participated in diplomacy. That was all really the stuff that happened. And now you guys are here at the ass end of December, about to take a flight that's going to take you bare minimum 10 days over into Uxland. And from there, you're going to try somehow to get your hands on raw soul gem stuff. So, on the 26th of December, after the solstice and after all of the various celebrations, gift giving, parties, fond farewells, and all that sort of jazz, the party, plus Rusi and Torque, get up onto the Flying Angler, and the Flying Angler takes off for Uxland. Now, it's worth noting that you guys do have a general map of Uxland. You know the city that you're going to. It's a city called Showbury. And you also, thanks to the ring, which you guys got from Soul Riot, when Seamus wears that ring and he uses Detect Magic, he can specifically tell it to focus in on Portal Magic, which then shows him all of the strongest portals around him, like out to hundreds and hundreds of miles away. So you basically have a way to deadhead, because you do know that there is a city that has a freaking portal in it that's relatively near Showbury. So, you've got a good way to navigate. So, the very first thing that I will need as the party heads out is I am going to need a basic, let's see here. The basic piloting check is a DC 25 for Callie.
I hit the crafting. Why is it not going?
Oh, okay. There we go. There we go. All right. Good to go. Okay, so ship is underway. Since you've got the deadhead and you've got the map, here at the beginning, there's no other checks or anything that needs to be made. Just, again, so that everyone is aware of what we're dealing here with the flying angler. This bad boy moves at a speed of 35. It's got a fly speed of 35. The benefit being, of course, though, that it doesn't have to stop. It can move for 24 hours straight, so long as it has power. It doesn't need to be wound up to have power, and that takes at least 2 people to do that. But so long as it's got power, that means that Callie can put on the brakes, Callie can change direction, Callie can cause the sky barge to stop in place and hover, assuming that there isn't wind that's fucking with that. And she can also, land, all of the important shit. Yes. So most of this time, yeah, the other thing was, that was one of the other things. Kitchen was set up so that essentially Callie can go through the door. Mr. Servos is in the little clamp on the end, the actual angler part of the ship, and he's holding the door. So Callie just walks over to that, opens up the door, steps through, goes to the kitchen at the workshop, picks up everybody's lunch orders, and then walks back and brings it to the boat.
DoorDash.
That's how you guys are. Yeah, that's how you guys are fucking sidestepping all of the really difficult logistics part of doing this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, quite literally DoorDash, because she's going through the door.
And dash, yeah. Do I notice anything weird any of the times I do this, by the way? Before we zoom over to Oxland or whatever?
Excuse me.
Sure. Weird in what manner?
Any new traders and whatnot around or whatever, or any new faces around, I guess. In the workshop, anyway.
In the workshop, not anybody that you do not recognize. So no new people. Since both you and Rusi are going this time, essentially Gacthus is sort of overseer for the workshop at the moment. And since they are also besides the work that they're normally doing as Callie's workshop, working on those specific items that she put in the queue, they are also helping a lot of making nails, finishing up plank woods and all that sort of stuff as buildings are being constructed. So Worf is also in and out of there all the time. So between the two of them, they've got that on while you and Rusi are otherwise not in residence.
Alright, yeah, just
Okay, so then the party gets a moving. Now, you guys should all have the ability to move the little like icon around here. And I did hopefully get this like set up correctly, because you guys have got like 800 miles to go to fucking get here. You guys have got 800 miles. So, and like I said, that is uninterrupted going to take you 10 days to get up here. So, so let's see here. Let me bring up the thing on travel speed so I can make sure I'm telling you guys right. All right.
There's a place called Rockermouth in Warford.
Yes, there's a place called Rockermouth.
What's that smell like? Don't ask.
I mean, look, there is. Let me go ahead and tell you, there is some stuff going on in Rockermouth, but you guys aren't going that way.
We go Rockermouth.
You guys aren't going that way. You are, in fact, actually going to, ever so slightly skirt the north end of the Black Peaks. You're going to be flying mostly through the big, empty, big sky plains. Your real, like, first thing of concern is what you're going to do when you guys get within range of Ocampsea, or not Ocampsea, excuse me. Ocampsea is a very large trade hub, like town over here, and you guys are going to be flying within visual range of that if you're just like straight shotting it. So
I mean, we'll probably stop before, but we are flying in mercantile colors, so if they shoot at us,
yes,
it would be kind of weird.
Yes. Well, I mean, it would be a little weird, but then again, they have never seen a flying boat.
They've never seen a flying mercantile vehicle.
What's the Super Mario Bros. 3 warship doing here?
Like I said, probably still best to stop just before and let them know.
Hey, by the way, we got a flying boat.
Yeah. So, either way, though, what you guys are capable of doing in this ship is basically 3.5 miles an hour. That is like how quickly this thing like putt-putts along. So it's going to get like a good ways before things get bad. But as it is going, one of the very first thing, obviously, that the party, really comes to realize is that it's fucking cold high up in the air. It's fucking cold, and it is the middle of winter. Thankfully, everybody has cold weather gear. So since everyone has cold weather gear, most of the nasty stuff is, kept at bay.
I also think when Callie upgraded the boat, she added a way to for the party to warm themselves up, like a hearth.
Oh yeah. The inside part of the hull is now mostly like crew area for you guys, and it does count as being in a covered area if so you're not exposed to the elements, sort of thing. Obviously, of course, pilot and crew are going to get the most exposure because you have to pilot the damn thing.
Yeah. If Callie's going to be on the deck, Tim would probably give Callie his, at least a portion of his warm weather clothes, because I don't know. Tim still suffers from cold weather, but I think his fortitude save is a little bit higher in case.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Right. You would be right in that case.
Just something, because, the organics are going to need it more than the
fleshies.
I mean, yeah. Okay, so, because one of the things that immediately happens is basically you guys suffer a cold snap that is not going to end. But a cold snap starts moving into the area, and literally by the time the sun is going down on the first fucking day, clouds are moving in, and winter weather is happening. But thankfully, the first day is mostly just absolutely clear sailing. It's day 2 when we need to do something.
Yeah.
Fuzzy.
How far did we get in day 1?
Well, day 1, you get your maximum distance. So on day 1, let's see, you got the 3.5 mile an hour that you're doing. So you just multiply the 3.5 by 24 hours here.
Not math, my weakness.
84 miles.
I counted this
84
time.
84 miles.
I caught the
Yeah.
We are
freaking.
10% of the way there, gentlemen.
I caught OBS disconnecting my mic this time.
You did it. Yeah.
So we just
All right.
boom.
Fuzzy, for
Uh-huh.
a funny haha, is there any way that I could temporal displace the airship to go faster?
Unfortunately, no.
Damn.
I was like, roll high, we get there in 2
Bro,
days
you
time.
might
Rolls low, we're all dead. We're all
We
dead.
never
Yeah,
get there. We get
teleport
stuck in a
us
time
somewhere
loop.
else.
Not when I shifted to my
That's like
maximum
way
overdrive.
awkward.
All right. Yeah. And so just so that you know, like each one of these like squares is like 65 miles. So you basically are moving like a square and a half every day.
Gotcha.
Is kind of what we're doing. So you're not going to be 100% exactly, you are on this map, but it's close enough. Either way, though, so day 2, I will need Callie to make another DC 25 crafting check to continue to keep us on course. So that's our first thing that needs to be done. Good. There we go. All right. So that keeps everybody on course. Everything with the kitchen and all that sort of stuff that goes through like normal. They prepare meals for you guys. The first thing that you guys actually get the first day through is they basically are just like serving you like fucking like leftovers from the charcuterie boards and everything from the fucking holiday party.
Nice.
But on the second day, though, it's stew. Stew's on the menu.
Warm.
Yeah, warm.
Not stew.
Warm is the
Why
important part.
stew? Anybody but him.
Who's through?
Well, you know what? He lost control of his life a long time ago.
Yeah, making chocolate pudding at 4 a.m.
Yeah, for
That's what it'll do to a motherfucker. Okay, so you guys, because you are suffering from a cold snap, and you guys can take shelter, we don't need to worry about anybody taking damage or anything like that. So we don't need to worry about that jazz. However, I am going to need somebody who is not actively piloting to make a survival check related to the weather.
I mean,
Yeah,
Tim
man.
has predict weather.
Jesus.
That you would be the one to probably do it then.
Straight up. So you said survival?
Survival, yes. We're looking for a DC 21. Oh, good. Okay. So, Tim, end of the day number 2, as you guys continue like onward here, you've completely left like the Empire's like physical borders behind at this point. You are actually crossing over the borders into the Big Sky plans. So like at the end of the day, sun's going down. You can see on the ground below you guys by a couple hundred feet. There is a like trail that has some traffic on it. You guys have been passing every now and again. Like every now and again, you'll hear like a sharp whistle come from down below you, and you look over the side, and you'll see like a little like you'll see a caravan that is just like of wagons that are like pulled by like oxen and things like that. If I'll just come to a stop and they're looking up at you like, what the fuck is that shit?
Faster than you, fools!
Like most of them,
Yeah.
most of them are just like like point and wave, but like everyone is just like, what the hell is that? There's a fucking building flying over us. But towards the end of this night, though, as you are approaching the border with Uxlin, Tim shimmies out onto like the little side part of the envelope where the metal like holder of the envelope is, and he gets out there so he can get a good look at it. And he can see, first and foremost, that not too far, in front of you, obviously it's miles away, but like not too far in front of you, you can see a just gray wall that stretches from the ground to the heavens. But inside of that little gray wall, you can see some lights, some flickering little lights of some buildings. There isn't any like thunder or lightning or anything like that. But as you're like looking at it, you realize, Tim, that what you're looking at is a blizzard. Like an active blizzard is what you guys are moving into. And with every like passing moment, the winds are getting stronger. So Tim, while you're still out there, you've passed the survival check. I also need you to make a nature check.
Ooh.
If you're trained in nature, are you trained in nature?
No, I'm not.
Can you make this trek untrained?
Is Brick trained in nature?
I need to do it.
I need somebody who's trained in nature, who would be who would be at least on the deck to see this, to make a check.
I was gonna say, if
okay,
good.
All right, good for Laria. Okay, so Tim, like spots this, climbs back in, mentions it to everybody. Laria comes out on the deck, takes a good look at this like fucking gray wall going on, and between the two of you, you guys know that there is an active blizzard that you guys are going to be coming into, and along with that active blizzard that the ship is going to be running into, whoever is piloting, whoever is crewing, has to make a decision here, because there is going to be strong winds involved with this. Strong winds severely affect a hot air balloon.
Yeah.
It's what?
So yeah, this is fucking windy. So the my question is, first and foremost, is that Callie, since you're the one who is actively piloting and you've been informed of what's in front of you, your options are to either try to keep the ship on route when the only form of navigation you'll have is Seamus's ability to detect the portal magic, and try to keep up to that versus all of the wind that's going to be throwing you around, or B, put the ship down on the ground, land for however long to let this blow over. So that's your first choice. It's like,
B,
how do you want to put it down?
I will take option B.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That being the case, do you want to land near where you saw the lights, or do you want to just land out somewhere in the middle of the plains?
Close to a populace seems a little bit safer.
Yeah.
Even if we don't go in the town, at least we're,
there's a
not
yeah.
in the
I'll
woods.
probably land near the populace. Then. I'll probably also send like a. Can I send my the
Animal messenger?
Yeah, the animal messenger with like a letter or whatever saying we're gonna like land or whatever.
Okay.
Just so that they don't get like worried that like a ship comes and like lands in their area,
Okay. Well, first of all, when you do get closer, as it is, like it's getting dark. Like in addition to the storm beginning to like blot out what sunlight's there, you don't have like really like a large collection of buildings here. This is like maybe a dozen houses, and they've got two stone towers that are like 3 stories tall, and then one like low, like heavy stone bunker-like looking place. So it's not like a lot of populace, but when you get over there, you get a spot where you can easily put down. You select one of the local wildlife to be like, "Hey yo, go let them know that we're not here to like fuck shit up. We're just parking for the weather." So you send a message over there, and the animal master runs out. I do need you to make a piloting check for the crafting to put the shit down and put the ship down. Excuse me. Yeah, put the ship down. Yeah, 20. Okay. All right. You land the ship without crashing anything and begin the deflation process.
I'm sorry, I'll be right back.
For the envelope, so that the whole ship doesn't get like caught by the wind and just thrown away. Okay. So, but while that is happening, because that does take an hour for that to happen, you guys are approached by a couple of people from the this little Thorpe village, collection of houses or whatever. You're approached by 5 people. One of them looks like he is like a human, middle-aged, kind of burly looking. He's dressed well. He might be a merchant, or maybe he's what passes as like the mayor or whatever here. There's him, and then there's the other 4 dudes are like lightly armored barbarian warriors. Honestly, is what they look like.
Lightly armored.
Lightly armored. Like they've got a breastplate, like a solid breastplate.
A singular breastplate.
A singular like solid breastplate and like a helmet. Very lightly armored. The rest of it's just cold clothing. They are armed with like bows. They've got swords, that sort of stuff. Like they're ready to throw down if they have to, kind of thing. But they do approach the party, whatnot, and the guy who is the more well dressed of the group, he hails the party, and he says that he received your like hasty message, and whatnot. So he's come out here to let you know that he doesn't mind you like parking your craft here on the edge of town or anything. They get storms like this during the winter. It's pretty normal. But the wind is also not to be like messed with. They do get out here on the big sky plains. They do get snow-nados. So that's a thing to be kind of concerned about. They get snow-nados. But outside of the weirdness of your vessel and all that, they do note the fact that you've got the flags and everything from the trade caravans that they occasionally will see come through here from the Empire. So like they understand that part. They're like, you guys are traders, right? Eyebrow raise. Like, you guys are traders, right? What are you trading specifically?
Furniture for mixed
Furniture.
goods. We have the paperwork if you want to look at it.
Him steps out in a suit and tie, wearing carrying a briefcase. If you have any legal questions, you can come speak to me.
I mean, weirdly enough, Tim is actually the lawyer.
He kind of is, yeah.
Trained in legal lore, straight up.
Yeah, but they like when you're like, hey, if you want to check our paperwork for that, the mayor or whatever this guy is, the guy who's the local leader, he looks Callie up and down. He looks at the airship. He glances over the rest of the party, just kind of like looming in the background, and he's like, nah, I buy it.
These guys are a bunch of freaks.
He's like, nah, I'm not gonna question it.
I'm not gonna question nothing.
Y'all got
I'm not even gonna question why the hell that dog is just up and about.
Why is that dog
I'm not-
moving?
Why does that dog have a gun?
It would be kind of weird for them to look at the party because like they probably haven't even seen like half.
This is a strange business group.
Yeah, they probably haven't. Like they're looking on like they probably haven't seen some of the races that like the party makes up. So they're like, yeah, this is kind of weird.
Yeah.
They probably never even
there's-
seen a fish person. They've never seen an Azurcat. They've probably never seen.
Yeah,
an Azurcat before.
they have
The
not
Shroony,
seen,
they were sure the Shroony, they
they've
never
not
seen
seen any Azurcati before. Most Azurcati don't get this deep inland. Although they have heard of Azurcati, so it's not like that's something completely outside of their kin. But like they've never seen one. You and Rusi are the first Azurcati any of these people have ever seen in their entire lives. They've heard about you, and they've heard about Shunies. And like one of the, as a matter of fact, like one of the guards, and these guys are all human. I want to point that out. These guys are like all human. The like several dozen people that make up this small community. This is an entirely human settlement. You guys are literally all of the non-humans in this entire community. But like one of the guys,
June's just like
well,
my people.
June's like, yeah.
Finally, some humans.
June just blends into the background.
Everybody else, we a joke to you? We a joke to you?
But like, but one of the dudes though does actually like, he like squats down like next to Jamal after you guys, have said your piece and all that sort of stuff, and he kind of like tilts back his helmet so he can see better, and he says to Jamal, or he points specifically. He points at Jamal's like gun, and he's like, "I have heard tales that you use those in battle. They're like arrows, but they're real loud."
Oh man.
How does that work?
Jamal, Jamal looks at him and looks back at the gun and is like, well, it's hard to really explain, but it does its job, is all he really can say.
He doesn't need to know about the guns. He just needs how to use the gun good.
Yeah, the gun's good.
Gun good?
Would Jamal even be able to explain to him how his gun like functions though?
I mean,
you're talking
mechanically,
again. You're
they
talking.
care for it, but like the chemicals and
actual-
physics of it, maybe
I mean,
not.
yeah.
No.
Maybe yeah,
I was
no.
like,
Tim
Jamal
straight
just know
up
how to
starts
work it. He don't know how to
explaining-
make it. He know.
Tim attempts to just straight up start explaining things. It's
Yeah,
like, so
Tim-
basically there's a
well,
pin
the
that
guy
smacks
nods. Like the guy nods, and he's like, "Have you killed many with it?"
them. Yes.
Jamal say legally to say some. You know,
But you had
Jamal
the-
back in his head said,
How he looks at him, he's like, "Why did you add the legal part?"
Illegals, my
I'm like Jamal look at his guy is like, sweetheart, there's so much stuff that I did in the war that I can't really explain.
We. Yeah, but
We
you're
know, we
under
get that, we
contract
get
by the
that.
Empire, that's still technically legal. You're making us
I'm
sound like
like-
criminals over here.
I'm like Jamal's trying his best to not sound suspicious. Is all I'm gonna say.
I don't know anything about the legal code in the Empire. Never been there. My grandpa went many years ago, and he came back and he said it was, a place. But I have heard tales of these guns that you have, that they make loud noises and they can kill people like an arrow shot from a composite bow. And that's really what I want to know is, does it work? And, well, whether the people you kill with them deserved it or not, I cannot make a judge of that. I'm just concerned as, a man who is responsible for the violence here. On whether or not is something that maybe next time passing trader comes through who has guns for sale, I buy one, I make a loud noise, and I kill somebody with it.
Do you?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd recommend it.
Some can even ignore armor with how effective they are.
That is a good thing. Sometimes we get, I was gonna say yahoos. Come through, come through here covered in metal armor from head to toe. Kind of like that guy. And he just like, and he kind of like just points at him. He's like, kind of like that guy. And I have sometimes had to fire like arrows. Well, I mean, not like you, like person on inside, but metal. I have shot arrows and they have bounced off. That always annoys me. But I hear guns; they can pierce armor.
Callie perks up a little. He's like, "Well, we do have guns for sale if you would like some."
Oh, how much?
Callie's like, hold on a second, let me check.
I don't like this already. I don't like this.
Callie's like, hold on, let me check real quick. She's gonna walk through the workshop door and see how many guns that we kind of just have laying around.
Well, you've still got some of the like guns that were collected from fallen enemies beforehand. They're the basic flintlocks, and they're in reasonable condition, so they can be trustworthy for a couple of shots.
Yeah, I'll sell those, I guess.
Okay. Let's see here. What's the standard flintlock price? Let's see. A flintlock pistol normally sells for 6 gold pieces.
6 gold pieces. How many would you say there are?
Let's see here. We'll roll some dice for it. I'll say that because you've been using some of these as spare parts. Yeah. So some of them are just simply not in a condition worth selling. They're essentially scrapped and or replacement part. But as far as you could sell them, they're in working condition. You have 4 flintlock pistols.
Okay. And Cal comes back to, we have 4 working flintlocks if you would like.
So, before I make purchase, basic understanding of this weapon is I hold it by handle like this, and I pull this bit back, and then I point at thing I want to kill, and then I squeeze trigger like this, and he like takes one of the guns, like goes to the whole thing like dry fire, like that. That is how it works.
Mm-hmm.
And you put a special arrow inside, right? To actually make it do the thing.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I will buy 2. I will buy 2 of those, and I will buy 10 arrows, 10 special arrows for gun.
Okay.
Conan the Barbarian dual wielding the double blicky.
My God.
So what's his reaction when we give him 10 special arrows, as in the little pellets?
Yeah, like the bullets. Yeah. I feel like.
Are you sure this is how? You sure this how work?
Mm-hmm.
Callie gives. I imagine Callie would give them like a demonstration on how to load the gun. You know.
Oh, I see. Okay. So put powder in, then bullet, then point, click, boom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Pre-warning too, there is a bit of a kickback with the big boom when you shoot it.
Okay, I understand. I have, and he makes a does a fucking curl, and he's got like a bicep the size of Callie's head. He's like, yeah, I got these.
Right.
Little does he know, it's all in the wrist and forearm.
So like he takes the guns. He goes through like the loading of one of them. Like as soon as he's got one gun loaded, like he pulls around, pulls a gun, points it like over into the snow and like click. Yes, these will do good. Have to practice some with loading, but yeah, these will be good fun. I show them to girls later.
Yeah, that'll.
Isn't it 2
Bruh.
silver or something for the 10 bullets
Yes,
or whatever? Alright.
yes,
Just
which he does
looking
pay.
around.
Which he does
Yeah.
pay you. He pays you the 12 gold for the 2 guns, and then the 2 silver for
And
the 10
then I would imagine when he does that, Kelly looks at the rest of the guards like, anyone want to buy the rest of the 2 guns and ammo?
No, he's the crazy one. He can have them.
No.
Okay, then.
Are you sure it was a good idea to give? Anyway.
I mean, we are merchants. What should we care when they buy our weapons? What they do with them?
I was
We
thinking
need-
the same thing.
Careless firearms
Is that
dealer.
a good idea to give?
Arn back.
I'm
Hey,
just like,
and then Kelly
Callie,
also Kelly kind of nudges like Tim as well, and he's like, we might want to write that one down in the documentation.
yeah, Tim
Sold
puts
2 guns and 10 ammo.
Mhm.
Trade for coin. Which, by the way, he does give you specifically Uxlan minted coinage,
Ooh.
which you can trade 1 for 1 in the Empire. So, like, you don't have to go through any sort of conversion or anything like that. But he does give you Uxlan coins, which on the Uxlan coins there's the symbol of Uxlan on one side, and on the other side, similar to Imperial coins, there is a silhouette stamp of the current High King of Uxland. And so, like, there's that, and there's the date on it. And these coins are within the like 5 or 6 years. So these are pretty fresh mint coins. Not only that, but you can also see on there is that there is a little mark that says that these coins were minted in Showbury, which is the same town that you guys are ultimately headed towards.
We're going to the Mintery.
We're going to the Mintery, boys. Alright.
So, this small little interaction with these guys goes through the evening, and in the morning, the party will have to, of course, spend an hour as the balloon reinflates, but can otherwise get back going. So, once more, into the breach with another crafting check for piloting this damn thing.
Arrivederci.
Guy waves guns at you. Yeah!
Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy's gonna become a gunslinger, the first gunslinger in Uxland, or in that town of Uxland.
He's gonna
the
become
dual class barbarian gunslinger.
He's gonna become the sheriff or something.
The Gunbarian.
I'm gonna show you with the might of my strength and this gun I found. This gun.
Hell yeah. Alright, so I need a crafting check from Callie, and I'll need Tim to make another survival check to check on the weather.
Can I get aid from Brick?
Hold on. Let me
Because Brick is also trained in survival.
pull up Brick sheet. Alright. Alright. Let's see if Brick can pull off the aid. It's a DC 20. He does not aid.
That's fine.
He
Alright,
tries,
boy.
but he does not aid.
He just stands there holding the wrench for you. Oh,
Damn.
I'm
Y'all
gonna,
both on the same
I'm gonna
wavelength.
spend a hero point just to make sure.
yeah. You
Yeah.
don't want to run into one of those fucking, what is it, fucking snow tornadoes?
God.
Oh, damn.
Oh no.
You know what?
Well-
Because I love you, we're gonna. It's rewind time.
I mean,
Ru-
yeah, you could-
Rusi is also like, Looks clear to me. All right, it's rewind time.
Everybody on the same wavelength.
Hit that button. All right, Tim, try again, please.
And I get a +1.
And you get a +1.
Okay.
There we go.
27.
There we go. There we go.
There we go.
Seamus just smacks Tim and his head resets. Oh, there we go.
I happy days it.
Okay.
Happy.
All right. So, the benefit today is no windstorms. So you don't have to worry about windstorms. It is still, however, very foggy, and it is actively snowing. So things are, thankfully, since you guys aren't on the ground, you're not your speed is not hampered. And for the most part, you guys have a, relatively calm, just drifting through the snow as you really get out into the big empty. Like as it starts getting dark, you see no lights anywhere. And eventually it gets to that point where it's like, man, I really hope there's nothing mysteriously tall out here in the middle of this place, because you can't even tell the sky from the land. Like that's how bad the visibility is.
Ugh. Snow blindness is a bitch, bro.
For real.
Blindness is a bitch. But the party has made it really and truly into Uxland, into the big sky plains. Let's see here. 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right. So then, start of the next day. We don't need a piloting check because we're still basically just on auto cruise. However, Tim, yet again, the spotlight shines upon you to tell us what the weather's going to be.
Yep. Can I try to see if Brick can aid me this time around?
Brick will try again. All right. Brick, DC 20. No.
I think it's just Brick refuses to get on the side of the ladder.
He refuses to come out of the crew pit because it's so cold.
Brick is like, it's cold as shit out here, man.
His little
It is
tin paws are
cold.
freezing.
Do I want to use a hero point? I don't want to burn through all of it.
Yeah,
Wow, you guys are like
Everybody on the same wavelength
Oh my
again.
God.
Me and Ruthie are on it, but we're off it.
What's
Callie's,
the DC?
shouting out- Callie's
20.
shouting out.
The DC that I am looking for is a DC 21.
I can make that if I make a 19.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna. I'm
I'm
down to my
probably not
last hero
then.
point. I'm gonna spend.
You do have to be trained. You do have to be trained. So if you're not trained in it, you can't even make the check.
Okay, I'm gonna spend.
Even though I'm like.
Nope.
All right then. All right
We're
then.
flying blind.
So yeah, you guys are flying blind.
Callie's shouting out to her. It's like, what do you guys see? And they're like, shrug.
Looks clear.
Oh no.
Looks clear.
Not seeing nothing.
Looks clear. Looks fine. Okay, so then, that means that Callie, as you're flying along, and like you're checking your your timepiece, because like it's because of the weather, it's difficult to tell even what time it is. Like you're pretty sure it's daytime, but like outside of that, you don't know. That's how horrible the blindness is. It's just gray with flecks of white in every single direction. But as you're cruising along and you check your timekeeper on there, you see that it is starting to approach like dinner time. So this would be like one of those points where you like just keep the thing on auto, walk through the door, and go grab everybody's like dinner order back at the camp. However, as you are doing so, you do notice in the clouds a light source that is slowly getting stronger.
That's gotta be bad, because I mean, you just told me a second ago it's so fucking blinding I can't see anything, so a light source has gotta be real bad.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, and it's not in front of you. It's on the side, and it's approaching.
Approaching.
Can I throw a fireball at it?
Evasive maneuvers?
Do not do that.
It turns it into a fire tornado.
Goku, I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna.
But
I
there,
don't know what it is, but I'm gonna attack it.
in the haze and fog and all that sort of stuff is like it would be like, say, someone in the fog approaching with like a lantern, but you know for a fact that you are at least 200 feet above the ground right now.
Do I need to make a check? You know, to like, I mean, I don't want to approach the light. It might be something.
Don't go into the light.
Or go into the light.
I mean,
Return the slab.
It might. Well, you might be one on slab, but yeah, it is not on a direct like collision course with you. Just to be clear, it is moving similarly in like like eventually your paths will cross kind of thing. But it is getting closer, and while it's not resolving into whatever it is specifically, you're beginning to notice a slight up and down bob as it is moving.
Yeah, can we like if
move evasive maneuvers kind of thing?
yeah, like bob it just a little bit, because if we're just like on the collision course, if we just slow down, then it'll pass.
I mean, yes, you can do that. Would you like to attempt evasive maneuvers?
Yes. Is that a craft check?
Nope, you don't even need to do anything. You just throw the brakes. All right. So you just throw the brakes, and like you see it go, bob, bob, bob. It starts to fade out, and then it starts to get brighter again as it has now passed across the to the other side of the bow, and is now on your starboard side, and is basically circling back around.
We're being attacked, it seems.
You hear a distant honk noise.
A honk noise.
Can I do some kind of like perception check to try and see what it is?
Like an animal, like.
Oh
noise.
God! It's the fucking duck again. It's the duck again.
No.
Oh, you mean the goose?
The goose.
No.
The goose is loose.
The goose.
Perception check? Can I?
I mean, Callie's gonna probably shout to the rest of the party and be like, "Hey, I kind of need you guys on deck for this."
Oh, it's on deck.
All right. What's the big idea? God, it's cold out here. Here's the honk.
It is cold as shit. The wind is gusting. You hear the like noise, and then you hear two, and then like several more, like answering, like honking calls. But these are very clearly like geese or something, like actual like birds, like geese honk calls. The other like honk call is also a geese like noise. It's just like it's got like the power of a fucking ship horn.
Good lord.
Yeah, it's like
like what is this? Is it like, does it seem like it's bolting towards us, or does it seem like it's coming in for landing almost?
If it's on, well, assuming it's a flying creature, then it's not beelining you. It's not like on a collision course. It is almost casually just sort of like spiraling closer towards you.
Okay, I would say, Captain, I think we could probably just slow to some kind of stop, or at least just slow down enough to see this thing, and if it looks like it's dangerous, then we can maybe open fire. This could just be something flying trying to find a place to land.
Okay. Yeah, it could be.
Okay then. So.
Hopefully.
All right. So.
If not, I ready in action to like open fire.
Okay.
Yes.
out of the haze, just slightly off to the side of the boat, you see, as this light continues to get brighter and brighter, eventually a shape materializes within the haze, and you see a goose that's the size of a Cessna.
It's back! It's back!
and it is flanked by a flying V of probably 24 other completely regular sized geese.
Oh, God.
Okay. And insight, some kind of check for malicious intent, if I can.
You know what?
Malicious intent.
Sure.
Has it been a day since I used the animal thing?
Yes, it has.
Is this thing magical in nature? The big Cessna-sized goose.
Well, it's a Cessna-sized goose that has a glowing halo.
I would assume. Yeah, I would assume. So. It's got a glowing halo.
Yeah, it's got a glowing halo.
That's what the light is.
But with that 30 perception check, Tim, you get the feeling that this thing's not coming in to attack you of oh, you're another flying thing in my territory. That it does honestly literally look like it is.
Okay. Tim's just gonna be like, all right, y'all, wide berth. This thing's coming into land.
We're just gonna let it land.
I mean, what else are we gonna do? Callie says.
Well, the huge goose pulls up next to the flying angler, comes to a halt, pulls itself up, forward as it does a series of flaps to erase, to halt its forward movement. And it puts its big webbed claws on the edge of the ship, and the entire vessel rocks from this thing. But all of the small geese all hit on the deck with some bumpy landings, but they otherwise just land and start honk 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 sort of thing. As there's now a entire fucking flock of geese on the deck, and a huge goose that's hanging off of the side. But
is it I want to do something kind of funny here, but I don't know if it'll make the big goose angry.
Well, it depends on what it is. How funny is it?
It's gonna be guys, dinner time, and then grab one of the geese and kill it, and then bring its body through the workshop door, and then have
no, that's not funny. That's
don't
not funny.
Do
that.
That's
do not do that.
He says that Tim donks her on the head with his metal hand. Don't do that.
The goose is watching you.
yeah, the big giant goose that's right there.
Cal is they look Texas. They're don't. They're don't. Do not.
Tim
do not.
Tim does questioning face thumbs up to the goose, all good.
It nods.
Oh gosh.
Oh. Yeah, it is. Yeah, do not do that dumb shit. Do not. I think it's very aware.
Can it speak?
Do you speak? What languages do you speak?
It shakes its head no.
Okay, so it doesn't speak.
So it doesn't speak, but it does apparently.
It does understand you though.
Okay.
Yeah, it does understand, but it itself does not talk.
Gotcha.
It nods. It lowers its head to gesture with its beak towards the regular geese, who are still honking, but they're all they're shivering, and they're trying to to gather themselves, together as geese, do, and they are trying to settle comfortably and are not under everybody's feet, kind of sort of thing.
Callie's gonna ask, are these geese like your family or something?
It nods.
Okay, yeah, let's not try to eat them then, yeah. Callie's gonna then,
that was a boss so box waiting to happen. I'm sorry.
Callie's gonna, like, lead the geese to, like, below deck where it's warmer.
Yeah. You making a stop to warm up before you move through?
It nods again.
Nice. Okay.
Are you the same one
Just
we saw
freezing.
before?
I just wanted to make a stop to rest.
We haven't.
It looks over at June. It looks over at June and it shakes its head like, no, not the same one.
Callie looks at June and is like, if it was the same one, we'd probably be dead right now.
But okay, so this may be a bit generalizing. Do you happen to know the one that we dealt with?
It nods.
Oh, okay.
So are you guys summoned the same way? Are you like a...
Shakes its head no.
Okay.
So he's an actual. So he's an actual one, not a fey. I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's not like because like the other one had a sigil, the summon sigil or whatever. And was
Yeah, the other one.
Halo.
Yeah, the other one had a summon sigil. This one does. You don't see any like sigil floating over its head or anything.
And also, this one isn't like a jacked goose. This is just a regular big goose.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it's jacked in the fact that it's gigantic.
Yeah.
For a regular sized goose.
Yeah, but it has wings. It does not have hands. There's nothing humanoid about it, other than the fact that, like, you know, when it looks at you, it's actually seeing you, not just like turning in your direction, kind of like thing. And very clearly, it is responding to, you know, questions and all that sort of stuff. But it kind of rustles its wings and like settles itself like down with another like noise. And the glow that is emanating from its like head, it's like fucking halo that it has, brightens and starts to like encompass basically the ship. And when it does so, the wind, like the air that is blowing around, which does not stop outside of the halo, but inside of the halo, it calms down to normal, and it becomes slightly less absolutely fucking frigid.
Oh, thank you. That feels good on my joints. Oh.
Blessed be thy goose.
Blessed be thy goose.
Blessed be thy goose. Oh my god.
But it gives you the honk honk. Now, the reason that this goose is here, this goose, is that because the party has given it and the regular geese a place for it to like settle and rest during this weather. What it is going to do, or mechanically what's going to happen, is it is going to give the party one success for this check. Because to end the weather, I need everybody in the party to roll me just a regular flat D20 roll. And if we get enough successes, the weather ends. And by giving shelter to the good goose and its regular geese, that counts as one automatic success. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. I'm high rolling.
Wait, hold on. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Damn.
Oh, shit. I'm like, shit. I realize I'm not even on roll. My bad. Hold on.
Goose X Machina, yeah.
God damn.
Now imagine if that was me doing temporal displacement. I'd be mad.
I was like, Jamal walks up to Tim and quietly asks him, he's like, "Do you think it might lay a golden egg? You think
Do you what color are your eggs?" Well, it's yes or no questions. Are your eggs gold?
it 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 tilts its head, like looks at you like for like, what are you asking me? Kind of like look, and then it shakes its head. Tim, roll me a survival check.
This is why Jamal asked
Tim, this is a gander.
Oh,
Like this is a giant boy goose.
It's a boy goose.
apologies.
It's a giant boy goose. It doesn't lay eggs.
It's not a mother goose. It's a father goose.
Yeah, it's a father goose.
Apologies.
Also, what
What's good for the goose
GM?
is
What was
good
I
for
supposed to
the-
say? The perception check, or the check from the weather.
Just roll a
Flat
regular
D20.
flat d20.
Slap D20. All right,
Yeah, you can bring up the dice roller and just click on the d20.
D20.
That's a man goose.
I mean, we had to-
What happened?
There we go.
Rolled a
There we go.
2.
rolled a 2.
All right. But yes, that is a man goose.
Man goose.
That's one
So that
good
would be a
man.
no. That would be a no.
That's
Not a
man
mongoose, a man goose.
It's like Sid trying to get milk. He's like, I thought you were a girl.
Tim turns over to Jamal. It's like, not only does he not lay golden eggs, I don't think he lays any eggs.
I mean, you should understand that. You said he, so like.
Yeah, that's that. I mean, like now his goose wife, she might lay golden eggs, but she's not currently here.
Apologies. Do you have a goose wife?
It nods.
Oh, there you go.
It
I'm not
does,
gonna
in
ask
fact,
questions.
have a
I'm not
goose
gonna
wife.
ask. I'm not gonna ask questions about this man's goose wife. That's rude. It was rude enough asking if he laid eggs. Tim likes being on the move.
Fair enough.
Okay, but with the benefit of you guys having a positive interaction here with the good goose.
Tainted by them asking if he lays gold eggs.
I mean, it's a little questionable, but like also it's understandable. So like, since you've got the benefit of that, and you guys roll real good on your flat checks.
With me with a 2.
In the morning, after you guys have completed your like daily preparations, the weather does in fact clear. And when the weather clears, there is a, kind of relatively soft honk from the big goose, and then all of the regular sized goose come like plap 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 out of the out of the below decks. And imagine that like overnight, when the party's sleeping, like everybody's in their like net hammocks, up against the wall, and like the middle part of the place is just, you can't even see the floor. It's just filled with nothing but geese, all like soft.
Oh,
But in the morning, there's a soft honk from the big goose, and then all of the little regular sized geese come, plap 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 out of the bottom of the bottom of the thing. And when they are getting up onto the top, it rustles, which causes the entire vessel to rock back and forth before it launches off of the side, and all of the other geese just run off the edge of the like fucking lemmings, and then like open up their wings, catch the air, and reform into a large V formation. And the goose do like a big wide circle around you guys. You get a farewell honk from the
bye
group,
goose. Bye
and then
geese.
they
Bye gander.
continue on their journey. So thankfully, there is only just the day of bullshattery that happens, and after you guys re-get your bearings, you find that you are actually here.
Damn.
So it adds a day on overall to like the trip
Dang it.
time. But thankfully, it only blew you this much.
Yeah, for we could have been up here.
Yeah, depending on how many failures y'all might have had with those flat checks, it could have taken you a distance.
We could have gotten to see Rocker Mouth.
You could have.
Rocker.
Yeah, you keep dreaming that. You keep
So, the next day, all your travel just basically catches you back up to where.
Great.
But everything is now absolutely just coated in snow below you. It is just a absolute white plain, but you have blue skies up above you. You have a clear delineation of like where the fucking horizon is, and all that sort of like jazz. It is actually rather lovely. In fact, as you guys are traveling during the day, at one point, you guys pass over a herd of cattle-shaped creatures down below, and while they're going off, at one point, like Torque is up on the deck, and like she like tilts and leans herself to like where her feet aren't even like touching the deck, and she like leans over the railing to like look down at them, and she's like, "Oh, I know those things. Wow, they look so different from up here. Like they smell horrible when you're like on the ground with them."
Oh my.
But up here, they're like, it's kind of pretty actually being able to see the entire herd. Like, and she like looks around and she's like, I don't see anybody hurting them, so it must just be a natural. Wow, that's impressive. Wow. Don't go near them. They're very territorial, by the way.
Good to know.
Good to know.
Ooh, wait a minute. Wait a second. Those aren't 3 horns. Those are 4 horns. Ooh. Yeah, don't go near them. They're really territorial. The 4 horns are worse than the 3 horns.
Are they? As Torque is saying that, can I look down? Are the creatures on the ground looking up at us?
Like occasionally, some of them are like glancing up in your direction, but mostly they're just kind of like moving as a herd across the plains. And they're kind of focused on each other and what's around them, and is therefore like a threat that needs to be dealt with. It's a little bit difficult to tell given the distance and everything, but Danger, have you ever seen an actual living like buffalo? Like an American bison?
I've seen like a taxidermied one.
Okay. Those things are really large animals, and that's basically what you're looking at. Is you're looking at a herd of American bison. They're very, very cattle-like. But they do have, in fact, 4 horns. They've got 2 horns that come above the head, and then they've got 2 horns that come around the side, and they form like an X. Like the tips form like an X in front of the face of the creature.
Oh, sick.
And they've got like shaggy gray-colored fur and all that sort of stuff, and they're just like, mooing as they're going along. And, given that they are bison, there's almost nothing out here that can probably like take these guys on in a toe-to-toe dance. There might be like a hungry bear somewhere that's like, they might take off like a calf if it can get it, but most of these are adults.
Dangerous.
Good luck.
Yes, they are dangerous. Torque comments that like they've got different names, like depending on where you're at. But like back over in the kingdom where she comes from, they call them Magnagors. And she says that the funny thing about them is that like the 3 horns are like the domesticated version, and they are. She like holds her hands out wide, and she's like, "They're fat."
They big.
They're like they're fat, but like like Gloria, like curvy and round and like full of meat. These guys.
Oh my God!
Like,
please.
Like these guys are the feral ones that we bred the 3 horns from, like a long time ago, and like I've only seen a couple of the feral like four-horn guys, so like, wow, that's a shitload of them. But like they can smell metal.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Although only certain metals, like some metals they can't smell. Like if it's a metal that sticks to other metals, they can smell that. But if it's like the not sticky kind, they don't smell those.
I was like, maybe getting a trained one of these would be a good idea then.
Kind of like that bobble beast that we fought. He could smell the gem. That's why Gulpo needed our help to get across.
I mean, I guess like that.
I wonder what.
I mean, that's what I've always been told, is that they can smell metal. How it works, I have no idea.
Interesting. We'll have to look into that whenever we get back to Casimir.
Well, metal doesn't really smell that nice to me.
Because the train, yeah. Hey.
He took offense to that. What?
Callie's like, I've been around metal my whole life. So you do tend to, at some point, understand that some metals just have a different smell to them than others.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time, Tim, you know, like, I honestly think of you in, like, the smell of, like, gunpowder and, like, leather and something else that I can never really, like, place. It's kind of like, I want to say flowers, but, like, flowers that are on fire.
Probably the exhaust fumes, but yeah. No, I do know that after rain, I probably smell like a tin roof.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. I remember back in the summer months when, like, you were getting cleaned up, that you definitely did have kind of that, like, hot tin roof kind of, like, smell. Which isn't, like, unpleasant, to be clear. You know, like, it's not unpleasant smell, but, and it's not like it's very strong either. Like, you know, you had to be, like, standing right next to me in order for me to sniff it.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, yeah, I mean, hot tin roof smell is only unpleasant when you live in a town where everyone's got tin roofs and living in shanty towns.
Yeah, I bet.
So whenever I smell it, all it reminds me of is home. She puts that in quotation marks, obviously. Home.
Yeah.
Yeah, home.
Well, otherwise,
yeah, the burning flower smell is probably exhaust.
The boat floats.
The boat floats.
She's just getting high off the exhaust.
Everything floats down here.
Everything floats down here.
You cross over a gigantic river. That is frozen on the edges, but like the middle part of it is rushing, like whitewater rapids, rushing along. You can now, at this point, also see the peaks of the mountain range coming up at you.
Mm-hmm.
They are various. They're according to the map, they are known as the Broken Molars. And you know what? They do charitably look like human teeth, very vaguely. If they were like, you know, zoomed in like a bajillion times. As you've got like the dark like mass that is like the trees and whatnot that surround it, the forestation. But then the mountains almost all are bald and have very like light colored stones that make up their peak. So, you know, they look like white teeth.
Imagine the powder also like makes them look a lot whiter.
Oh yeah. With the snow on top of that, they're basically sparkling. But as we end the last day and we go into the next, again, we're going to need the piloting check, and we do need to make the decision on not the party is going to stop at or go around the big town of Oakham-Sea.
Did I fail that?
I mean, technically, yeah. But you know what? Good weather. I'm gonna say the fail by one. I'm not gonna fucking bother.
Yeah, with good weather, it'll be good. It'll be fine.
You should get a bit of turbulence as Kelly efficiently lets like the wheel start spinning.
It's lit
She goes to get like dinner, and she didn't put the lock. Thing just starts to like tilt and twirl in the air. Okay, so then what is the party's official decision as far as stopping at Oakham-Sea? I want to point out that this is purely optional because you guys have a fucking airship. You can 100% go around it. But if you would like to stop at Oakham-Sea, you can, and there is stuff going on in Oakham-Sea.
Like another mystery game. I'm sorry.
Oh, he's like, that mystery can wait.
As you do approach, so while you've still got like time to decide on whether or not to flank it or whatnot, you guys can see that like this city is built literally on the like edge of the mass forest that you get before, like you've come to the edge of the plains, and then this city is sitting right here on the edge, and beyond it you've got just deep, impenetrable dark forest, and then the like upsweep of the mountains. If you've ever been into like the Great Smoky Mountains here in the US, very much like that as you're like rolling up from like say the Midwest plains area, and suddenly you've just got like deep pine and oak forests, low but still big mountains, and all that sort of stuff. And there is a lot of dark smoke coming from all of the many chimneys and all that sort of stuff coming from Oakham-Sea. So that's what you guys see. It's a big walled town that has a lot of smoke coming out of it. It is a biggie. Just, FYI, it is a biggie. Oakham-Sea has got a... Let me pull up the thing here. Oakham-Sea has got a population of over 10,000. So, like, it's a big place. It is a chunky place. So, what is the party's official call as far as stopping in Oakham-Sea?
You did say they have cannons, right?
That is a technology that they definitely do have access to. Yes, they do. They do have cannons.
We probably should have let them, at the very least, let them know that we're passing through.
Yeah, and also, like, real quick, could we do some kind of history check, or maybe on the map where it says what Oakham-Sea is like known for, quote unquote?
Yes, you can. You totally can do that. It would be a society check if you want to do that. And since this is a thing that falls exactly within her wheelhouse to do so, time to pull out Torque for bardic knowledge.
So I'm gonna hit a society real quick.
I mean, I'm gonna do a society check as well.
Yeah, no, Tim don't know. Tim don't know nothing about this place. He's like,
the DC for just general overview is a DC 20.
Can I do a society check?
Yes, you can. Anybody who wants to.
Oh shit!
Perhaps the archives are
incomplete.
I'm sure why not. I'll throw one in there.
My second best.
Damn, never mind.
Skill.
All
I
right.
guess I would say Larry has heard about it, but never been there.
Yeah, Torque has also likewise never been here before, but she's heard the name thrown around a few times. Okay, so Oak Kempsey is a Uxland, like large city settlement. They are basically known as a trade center. They are the quote-unquote gateway to the Big Sky Plains. So most of the vast majority of the population of Uxland lives on the other side of Oakham-Sea, and Oakham-Sea is the farthest west major civilization point. So a lot of the smaller outliers go there to trade. A lot of the trade that comes from the coast and that then worms its way up to eventually to the capital also passes through Oakham-Sea. So it's a big trade hub. And because it is so populous, it is also known as the charcoal capital, which has gotten it several things. There is in fact an entire illness that is named after the place because of so much smoke.
Oh.
Damn, that carbon dioxide poisoning.
But yeah, so which you can see, you can clearly see. They are besides all that, they are also known to have a big section of the town, which is called the Ash Tide. And it's called the Ash Tide because that's where most of the charcoal factories are. And the place is basically always painted black. You can tell someone lives in Ash Tide. They're called Ash Tided if they have black, if their hands are black and their face, with pretty much the exception of their eye, is blackened and rubbed in with ash. They are also big fans of the Dawn Goddess. What is her name? Well, she's known as the Dawn Flower. That's Serenay. That's right. There's a big following of Serenay in Oakham-Sea. So some other little things, some other related churches, but Serenay is the big one. And she apparently has a church that is located there that is traveled to from other places in Uxland, which is called the Everfire Church. But yeah, so that's what's going on there. And one last thing, I would like everybody who's on deck to make a perception check, please.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh, 13. God damn it.
Perception.
Really, Swag's I don't know anything about this place. It's totally unimportant. I'm not even going to look at it.
I don't even look.
It's cold. My roots hurt. I want to go home.
Damn it.
Even the robot sees better than me. What the fuck?
What the dog doing? What he see? I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's see here. DC was a 25.
Wow.
So Jamal, Mr. Servos, Dr. Trimmers of all things, Laria, and Tim. Okay. All right. So again, as you guys still have the choice to avoid or not, you guys see something moving through the smoke over the town, like a person-sized thing, does not have wings, that is just flying above the town. It occasionally ducks down to the roof level, and then it comes back up into the air, and it's darting around like you would you might see a fly or something like that move, kind of sort of thing, where it hovers and then it zips off at speed, and then it drops and then it hovers, that kind of that kind of movement. It's not a bird. It's definitely not a bird.
Huh.
It's acting like a vulture for certain.
Quack.
Should we at the very least, park and give an explanation? Because this town feels a little bit bigger than, hey, let me send a carrier pigeon kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't want to get shot at with cannons,
Yeah.
Could we go
Especially
around,
after-
maybe? Maybe through the mountains?
How big is Watbury?
Watbury is not anywhere near that kind of size. You're talking something that's like about 2,000-ish people. So it's not like nothing, but it's also not absolutely ginormous.
Yeah. I still think it would be kind of bad standing, even like, because if anybody that we would go and see in Shoebury would be like, oh, all of a sudden a flying aircraft came and parked here, and we didn't get information from any of the towns surrounding us. So either they're invisible or they avoided towns, and that seems a little suspect. Even if we just stop off to be like, hey, we're here, we're just letting you know we've arrived. If you want to let, these people know this kind of thing, so on and so forth.
So you're saying you want to stop to gather information?
Yeah, just to get some, boots on the ground, get some information on things.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with doing that.
I was like,
Yeah,
honestly,
might be able to sell those other 2 guns.
I mean,
is it probably a good thing, including the fact that
might want to wait on, like, might want to be like, find a merchant area, then sell it, instead of being like, hey, you random person on the street, want to buy a gun?
So what you're buying? So what you
like, Ayo, do you know what this is? It's called a gun. Do you know what it does? It kills people. Want to buy it?
Callie once again says, like, why the hell would I do that?
Why would you?
I mean, are we gonna kick up a stand and sell the guns or whatever? Tell everyone we're in town or something?
Or even, we don't need to sell it to an individual person. If we just go to a merchant and be like, hey, we're just trying to get rid of these. If you want to take them, pay us for it, and then you can sell it, kind of thing.
All right, let me make sure I pull out all of my dudes here.
But how else are we gonna spread the name of the Pheno Workshop? Callie says.
Do you have a stamp?
Of course.
Stamp them on the thing. Let them know that, hey, these were property of the Pheno Workshop.
Rusey points out that they did actually burn stamps, like brands, into the furniture, the couple of chairs and whatnot. That you guys brought.
Magnificent.
The couple chairs we're using as a cover.
Yeah.
Well, I was like, probably would be a good thing to do that, including the fact that Jamal and Tim came across a burial ground and got bombarded by a poltergeist mammoth. So, yeah, always be cautious of our surroundings.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
it's a smart thing. It's a smart thing. All right. Let me
writing down that we have to make sure.
Let me make sure I've got like Rusey's sheet ready.
We gotta make sure we sell the table and chair in Shoebury.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
So,
obvious.
Let me move you guys to the map for Oakumsea.
You knew we were gonna stop here.
Oh, damn.
Hey, I put it down as an optional thing.
Now we got to pay the price. Now we got to pay the price.
Better to have it and not use it than need it and don't have it.
Bro, why is Never Fire Church taking up like a third of the town?
I don't like how this map is made. I am getting immediate bad vibes.
It feels like
I don't like that laugh either.
Well, you guys are coming in over the fields. So let me make sure that everyone's got control over the icon.
This feels immediately classist. All the towns on the outside are the working class, and the inside is all the rich people, and then Everfire Church right in the middle.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean though. This does feel classist.
But this is all out of character. This is just Danger being like, this reminds me of
just so that everyone is
Titan.
aware here on the map here. Most of the buildings inside of the wall are 2 to 3 stories tall. The wall itself is 4 stories, while the individual towers are 5 stories. Everything outside of the wall, mostly 1 story, with a couple of buildings that are, second and the very rare 3rd floor. You guys can see in each one of the round-shaped towers, each one of those have cannons. Those have cannons, and they are manned.
Man.
There is a lot of smoke coming from the southern part of the city, the Ash Tide district, where that runs into the Everfire Church. And that thing, which has been like bobbing and zipping in and out of the smoke, it continues to do so, even as you guys approach. Although there is at one point a moment where it like just hovers like a couple 100 feet above the city, and as you're getting closer, you definitely can resolve that like it's got 2 arms and 2 legs, and it is person shaped, and it's just floating there in the air, and it, like it's looking at you, and then it flies down below the walls and back into the city.
I don't like where this is going.
Hopefully they don't go and tell somebody,
Well,
hopefully they go tell somebody that we're flying merchant colors at the very fucking least.
You are flying merchant colors. You are flying merchant colors. Now this map is also done up in meters. So this is how. So if they can shoot 150 meters with the cannons, then you are within range. Yes, they can in fact shoot 150 meters.
Oh shit, dude!
I don't think they're gonna fire on us yet, because as you said,
you've got merchant color. You are a single airship. That is the thing. You're a single airship, and you're not like a really big one.
We're not like an invading force.
Yeah, you don't really look like an invading force. But you guys though can clearly see guys on the towers, like pulling out like pennant flags and like semaphore signaling to each other from tower to tower. And like, gesturing in your direction of like, hey, everybody, heads up, flying boat.
Flying boat.
Oh boy.
So, question: where do you actually want to park?
I don't know. I feel like outside might be a little too far.
This seems to be farmlands, so is there any way we could pull within like shouting distance or even hailing distance?
I think it'd be better to sway maybe.
Where?
I mean, there is like down here. You do have open fields that aren't actively being used in farmland.
Yeah.
That also have less houses, so that would be a potential landing spot.
Yeah.
There is a large open square in the middle of the.
I mean,
I just
I
think like going directly over the wall would just be a bad move.
We wouldn't.
Oh yeah, no, we'd stop just before the wall. That's what I want.
Yeah, we basically pull up to the wall and be like, "Hey,
can we land here?
What's up? Where can we park this bad boy?"
Okay, so you guys just pull up. Just pull up to the wall.
What's up?
Get within shouting distance. And as you guys are
large.
as you guys are pulling up, a whole just like load of guards are just like streaming in from the various other like towers to get over here to the one that you guys are getting near. Mostly just to gawk at you, rather than like immediately react in a defensive measure. And out of the guards, there is one guy who has a very nice helmet with like a plume of like feathers and whatnot that comes off the top. That he very much looks like a higher ranked than most of these guys. He gets over like at the top of the tower to the Krellinations and like leans out a little bit, and he yells and he's like, "Ahoy!
Ahoy!"
Yeah, like honestly, it looks like he had something to say, but he kind of like stops as he's just like, "I don't know what to say here." Ahoy!
I got good diplomacy. You want me to talk, or?
Yeah, you talk.
I gotcha.
Nearly as good diplomacy as you do.
We're merchants from the Empire. We're representatives of the Pheno Workshop. We're passing through to get to Shoebury, but we figured we'd stop here to like make a good impression, stop by, maybe get some stuff. We just were wondering if there was anywhere where we could park the ship.
He looks over the edge. He looks over the edge, like he is completely dumbfounded by this whole like situation. He finds himself in today.
An automaton yelling from the side of a airship.
Yeah.
But he points that you could land the ship like over here, like next to the road, away from the buildings. He's like, land there. Try not to hit a building or crush anybody.
No problem.
Alrighty.
And then you like see him like turn away, and he immediately like turns to another guy, and it's like send a runner to the castle, and then like he grabs another, send a runner to the church, to like let them know that you guys have fucking arrived. Like the people on the ground, like the not guard citizens and whatnot, they are all like pointing and yelling and like, what in the fuck has just like rolled up on them?
We are Jesus.
This is something.
No Shark Tank.
This is something they have absolutely no like experience with in any sort of way. And as you're like putting down, like Callie like pulls the trigger to like drop down the landing gear, and you put down the vessel. There is a crowd of probably 6 people who just dropped whatever the fuck they were doing, and have come over here and are like, "What the hell are we looking at? Where did you come from?
What the hell is even that?
How do you have a flying house?"
Callie's like, people, we're just merchants, humble merchants. Please go back to whatever you're doing before.
What sort of merchant comes with a flying house? Is that a flying shop?
Only the best from the Pheno Workshop.
Yeah, only the best.
Thank you for the marketing.
She's trying to sell her shit.
Dude, Tim is a salesman. Tim will hawk products.
He will.
But yeah, this crowd is just yelling at you guys. What the hell is all of this? And they get parted by a plow, essentially, of guards that come over to like meet you guys, and like these guys are like relatively well armed, relatively well armored, and there are like more than a dozen of them. but they come out, and the guy with the tall plume, he comes forward, and he like yells up to you guys up on the deck that they've sent runners to the Jarl and to the priests to let them know of your arrival. And he says, if you come in peace and for trade, we welcome you. But if you come for anything else, you will find no welcome. And he just kind of pats, the short sword on his belt. But he does then he says, and he looks Callie square in the face as he says this, and he says, "Why are you here in your flying vehicle that you have?"
Callie, is he saying this in common?
Yes, he says this in common. Okay. And I'll go ahead and tell you guys, these guys basically all have Russian accents.
It's kind of funny.
They all have relatively
we are but humble merchants.
We are humble merchants.
But Callie says back, we are merchants. We are here for trade. What we said at the wall is true. We are just passing by to do some trade and some, to do trade and some more other activities before moving on past to Shoeberry and so forth. Do you need to see any legal documents, like our merchant's license or whatever?
Tim straightens his tie.
Yes, I would like to see your merchant agreement.
Tim flips out the merchant agreement.
This is Uxland, and here in Uxland we have rules with trade. Since you bring your his boat here, you bring your boat here and not stop at the coast, then perhaps you have not paid duties or tariffs. This is unusual situation. We even would handle these sort of things, but let us. We are allies. We are allies with Empire. We do much trade with Empire, so we can do trade here, unless of course Jarl say not to. But I would like to see your paperwork. Yes, please. Also, ma'am, if I might ask you, can you and you see him, he scratches his face. He's like, how say that? Can you take off helmet?
Callie's
speak face to face.
Callie's can do, and does the whole disconnecting the tank and all the other procedures, and then obviously the thing that always happens where it's just poof, all her hair turns into an afro, and she's standing there.
Huh. I see. You not a human. It is no problem. Want to be clear. We are very accepting of peoples here in Oakumsea. But we do have, again, is rule. People who is not human need to go to Jarl and to, get permission to be able to stay in Hokumsey. Otherwise, come sundown, you will have to leave.
Ah.
That's like the entire fucking party.
Everybody, yeah, it's like we got one.
He scans everybody in the party. He's like, yes, you get and sign off, and like he stops, like he pauses when he looks at June, and he's like, "You are human, right, ma'am?" Yes.
As human as the day I was born.
Okay, not you. You welcome here all the time.
Funny.
Damn,
I hear
bro.
them
Damn,
laughing
I
in the
feel
background.
Oh wait, can
Damn, I
Tim
feel
almost wants to
offended.
put on
Damn,
his scarf, but he thinks better of it.
Yeah, not now anyway. At least, when there's nobody around.
Yeah, I don't want to lie.
June kind of sarcastic says, finally someone who knows how to treat a lady around here.
Everybody look at June.
Everybody look at June, including Torque, just like, hey, yo.
Yeah, like Torque glances at June,
Hey, person.
snickers, and like,
I don't know if this is about treating a lady, more like classist racism, you know what I mean?
I love race.
But yeah, like the other people who are around are just like watching you guys, mostly with just like open, naked curiosity, and nobody really seems to be particularly like standoffish or violent or anything like that. You guys are like, they are treating you like you're a troupe of circus performers.
I mean, yeah.
Tim can juggle.
But like, yeah,
lights on fire and exploded.
but yeah, like when everybody is like getting off of the ship, like Rusi takes the time to like put down the ties, and everything, so that the ship is anchored and parked and all that sort of stuff. And when he's working on that, like you guys can see like one of the people that live here, like one of the regular humans that's just nearby. And I mean, like, literally these people are slightly more than just an arm's length. But one of them like when he stands up, one of them just reaches out and like touches his prosthetic arm, and like taps on it, and like they look at him and they're like, "Your arm is cold," and and he just turns and looks at them like, "Yeah, like why wouldn't it be?"
It's made of metal. Ting.
Like, this is my really big metal. But like, they like, these people are not hands off with the party. Is what I want to be clear here. They're not. They are not hands off.
That's the thing. Is anybody like straight up just touching Tim?
Like occasionally, yeah. Like people will just like reach out and sort of like vaguely pluck at his clothes to be, what's under there? Is there a person hidden in this?
I swear to God, if they pet Jamal, I swear.
At some point.
Boy.
No, actually, they treat Jamal like they would like a dog. In that they mostly don't actually pay any attention to him.
It's like, oh, that's just a dog. They have their dog with
That's
them,
a dog.
not knowing that's a full person.
It's like that dog is wearing a hat and has a gun, but whatever. He's a dog. That's the.
Oh boy.
Just real quick, as like safety precaution, before we'll probably head into town here in just a second. I'm gonna set up a snare by the driver's wheel of the boat. So I'm gonna tie up a
All right, give me a snare crafting.
detonating gears snare. What is that? Hold on.
I'm not gonna lie. If that would be the case, I would feel like Jamal is like.
What's that check?
If they treat him like an actual dog, then I'm pretty sure Jamal just like, finally.
Is that a survival or a craft check?
It is craft.
What's happening?
Tim's setting up a snare in case anybody tries to Grand Theft Auto your face.
True. I mean, I'll probably leave Mr. Servos there on standby anyway.
And intimidate the people.
I don't think they'll let him in town, right? That's probably not gonna happen.
He's too big. And plus,
I think they would be too threatened by him.
Yeah, it's like all of a sudden you're a peasant town and an M1A2 Abrams.
What happened?
Yeah.
What happened, Torque?
Whoa, Maggie!
But he pinched her?
Yeah, like she leans into June. She's like, somebody just pinched my ass.
Who?
Oh, she.
I don't know. There's like a whole crowd of people.
She like kind of gets like a his face is like somebody's about to lose a fucking hand today.
Perception check.
Like,
oh gosh.
Like,
well, there is upwards of 24 like potential culprits. Some of them are armed guards.
Yeah.
Fine.
Because like really, besides the one guy who's talked to you so far, like they're not even being quote unquote professional about it. You know, like they're ogling you guys just as...
Is the feather plumed hat guy still there?
Yeah, he's sticking around because he's going to have to walk all of you to the yard.
Callie looks at him and he's like, question, is it normal for you guys to be like fondling my ears this much?
Well,
because somebody I
do not to be rude, ma'am, but what are you?
Azurketi?
Azurketi. I have heard this before. You are person who live in water, right?
Yes. And so is my brother over there. And she points at Rusi.
Rusi waves. But he looks back and forth between the two of you, and he's like, "Okay, you are people who live in water. That is understandable." And then he kind of like turns and like looks at the rest of the crowd, and he like raises his voice, and he and he yells out like, "These are Azurketi merchants from Empire. These two," and like he points at like Rusi and at Callie. He's like, "These two, Azurketi, they are water people. You know, like the water people who live in the river. So they're strange, they are weird, but they are not here to harm anybody." And he kind of like looks over his shoulder, you know, like, you know, like, they're not here to harm anybody. So everyone, just back up, give them some space, let them breathe. He points at June. He's like, "See, they have human companion. They are not here to harm anybody. So nobody get any stupid ideas. I will throw all of you in jail tonight. I have dozens of empty cells at the moment, so don't nobody get no stupid ideas."
Yeah, as he kept going, it started to feel less that he was talking to the crowd, and then starting to turn a little bit. He's like telling the crowd and everybody here, "Don't do anything stupid." It's like, okay, we got it.
He's like, "Go back to what you were doing. Is nothing to see here."
Then he does select like two of the guards, and he's like, "Hey, you two, I want you to stay here with the flying. Well, it's not flying right now, but this thing that they fly in on. You stay here. You let nobody touch it. Okay? This is this is like merchant wagon. So like just like we do with regular merchant on ground, we don't let nobody touch their sheet, or else you know they're shouting. People draw swords. The next thing we know, we're cleaning up blood and mud. So." Nobody touch this. You guys stay here and you'll make sure of that. All right, the rest of you. And then he turns around and looks at the party. The rest of you, you guys come with me. We go talk to the Jarl. He probably, make you sign paperwork. He also want to look at your merchant documentation. And then, we be everything be good. And you can do trade in town.
Alright.
All right.
Find
So,
us.
but yeah. So,
Strange. Winterhold is a little different than what I remembered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so 10 guards plus this like higher ranking guard, basically form like a little bubble around you guys. To escort
The Secret Service.
to escort you guys through the gates, and then up the street over here to the Jarl's Palace. So they lead you over here, and the Jarl's Palace, just so that you guys know, is mainly like a big, like imagine like a warehouse, really, that is built like a fortress, and has its own like collection of like guards and things like that. It does have cannons on the roof. There are additional cannons there on the roof. We'll just use June here as a representation of where they're at. So the party travels over here to the Jarl, and give me a second so I can pull up the Jarl's name. Let's see here. The Jarl is a slightly older middle-aged guy, human. His name is Balger.
Get Bulger.
Jarl Balger. Jarl Balger.
Swag.
So Jarl Balger is first of all he's like, oh hey, a bunch of weirdos have shown up in my town. So like when you guys get there, when like he comes out to like meet you guys, which basically you go into like the main room. He doesn't let you proceed all the way to like the back of the room, like where his like he has like a quick quiet conversation with like like some advisors or whatever, and then him and two other very heavily armed big guys in like full plate, like full on knights, with like fucking like dragon horns and whatnot coming off of their helms, walk the rest of the way like to meet you up at the front. But he comes forward and he introduces himself as Jarl Balger. He is the person in charge of the city of Oakumsea, and if you come in peace and in trade, as he has been told by his the guards and the runners that they sent, then he welcomes you. But just like with the other guy, if you're not here for trade, well, you will not find any welcome here.
Get out!
He does say that if you are here for trade, he would like to see your documentation, so that he may like put his John Hancock on there. That you stopped here. He's pulling out John Hancock. But yeah, he's going to need to see that so that he can sign off on it. But he says that if you want to do trade here in Oakumsea, you will need to you have to sign a basically it is an oath of nonviolence and a oath of respect to him as the leader, and then like the city as a whole. Like don't burn down buildings and commit crimes, please. Like that kind of thing.
Who said I was gonna burn down buildings and commit crimes?
Dang, there goes lunch.
There goes lunch.
Lunch.
Yeah, come on.
But while he's like, telling you guys this, and another like assistant like comes over with the paperwork and stuff, there is a like knock that comes from somewhere above you guys, like a rapid like knocking, like somebody would do. And you guys can hear a door somewhere on like an above floor open up. There is like some conversation, and then from above you guys, like there's a raised like walkway that goes like around the edge of this big room, and it's where you would like access the upper floors and stuff. But over the edge comes a person who is dressed in armor, who like falls all the way down to like where the floor is at, and then stops just inches before hitting the floor, like comes to a halt in midair, and then like lets their feet like actually touch the ground with a light clink. This person is dressed kind of similarly to the guard with like the plume in his hat, but he is caked in like ash and whatnot. So he's dirty, but like he lands there next to the Jarl, and he looks at it and he pulls off his helmet, does like a little like salute, and then like he leans in close to, and he whispers something to the Jarl, which the Jarl like pauses, like the look on the Jarl's face is very much a like one of concern, and then he just sort of like like nods to the guy, says something real quiet back, and then the other guy like literally like lifts his feet off of the ground and just like cruises silently like back down the room towards the back of the building.
Can I have done a perception check to see what they said?
Yeah, I was gonna.
You can try for that. Yes, you can definitely try. The DC that we are aiming for here is a DC 25.
Oh,
damn.
Ooh.
Tim really want to know that conversation.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that I'm
Bro is Bender going, neat! Zooms in.
Hold on, Dr. Tremors, please make those.
He's got subtitles put up and everything.
I don't hear shit, bro.
I don't hear shit.
Oh god.
My little rat ain't hear nothing too.
My little...
Yeah, sure, I'll do a perception check as well.
Damn. I guess Tim was the only one that caught it. Got that, like,
Cybernetic hearing and
hungry.
cybernetic, yeah.
Oh shit, I forgot. Yada yada dog. I would say he tries.
Oh,
Well, he
damn,
tries.
Jamal.
He ain't got nothing.
There we go.
He's not paying
Two
attention.
gunslingers.
I thought that was me.
No,
The
that's
dog
me.
do be. Oh, the dog do be hearing. Never mind, the dog.
There he is, not paying attention at all.
A roar, indeed. Okay. So,
Oh no,
Tim.
Oh no.
Okay, so the two gunslingers.
Of course.
You guys catch a little bit of their conversation when the guy comes down and like floats there for a second before he's standing on the ground, and then he speaks to the Jarl. He says to the Jarl, I found 3 more bodies. And then the Jarl tells him, go take a break, get some food in you, and I will send out more men to keep searching. But to the rest of the party, however, the Jarl kind of like clears his throat, and he, makes a show of like reading through down, like his name on there, Jarl Bulgar, supporter of the High King of Uxland, blah 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 blah. Hereby, acknowledges the this trade from the Imperial merchants, and then he's like, "How do you spell your name?" Fino. But yeah, he puts that down, and then he similarly has a like a long scroll, like literally he has a long scroll that is just goes on and on and on of different signatures. That these are all of the not humans that have signed the like agreement to don't disrespect the Jarl or like the town or whatever by doing crimes and shit.
Fuzzy. You said he pulls out a long scroll of something, right?
Yes.
Can I do a detect magic, because something about that seems a little off to me.
Sure.
Yeah, you're right. That's true, actually.
Okay. Well, he pulls out a long scroll, and you do, in fact, bit of magic, pulling this long scroll out of. I mean, he's got like a scroll like case on him, but like the scroll that he pulls out of this thing is ridiculous for the case that he has going on. So there's probably some sort of like like folding of space going on there to give extra room.
I wanted.
You're also getting magic from the scroll itself that is different from the magic of its holding container. There is the residual like trail of magic from the guy that floated away, and the two guys who are flanking the Jarl, their armor is just positively like sparkling with various enchantments and whatnot on them.
Can I do an Arcana check? Can I do an Arcana check on two of the things? One, A, the scroll, and B, their armor?
Yes. Which one do you want to do first?
Let's do the scroll first.
All right. Let's see here. We're going to do identify. Let's see here. Identify magique. All right. So, let's see here. You're going to need to make, an Arcana check.
What's the DC?
The DC for, and you said
first the scroll, then the second's the guy's armor.
Okay. DC for the scroll is going to be a DC 27. The armor is going to be a DC 22.
All right. So I'm gonna bop it twice.
Bam, bam. Okay.
Damn.
The simple, easy ones is they have runes which are embedded in their armor. So you're talking at least +1 full plate, but they also have an additional rune that is put in it that gives it some additional power, similar to Callie's invisibility. So their magical armor is pretty dang good magical armor. The scroll is a eternal scroll. The eternal scroll just simply gains more mass the more and more you write on it, so you never run out of scroll.
I think it's just so for every person that would come in to sign it, he has enough paper. He never has to keep like a billion scrolls around.
The thing though that is extra special about the Eternal Scroll is Eternal Scrolls. You either get one that is like crafted, specifically for this particular purpose, or you get one from somewhere. And this one was not crafted for the purpose that it is currently being used.
Oh, this wasn't crafted.
This was not crafted. This was probably claimed at some point for this particular purpose, because you can tell as he's like unrolling it, there are runes on the inside, and on the inside edges of the scroll, and these runes have been marked through, like somebody has like scratched them out. And the runes that are there, because you are a Conrasu, because you are an Aeon, you know that those runes are from one of the primordial alphabets. So it's not Aeon, you know that. So it's not Aeon, but like it could potentially be primordial. It could potentially be celestial. It could potentially be abysmal.
So it could be either three of them.
And it could be any of those three.
One final thing before we go into finding this.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
is there any way that I can make out the scratched off runes?
For that, I would need a religion check, and only if you're trained in it.
I think I'm trained in religion. I'm not sure. Hold on. I am not trained in religion, son of a bitch.
Shit.
Okay, then unfortunately you wouldn't be able to like do that. But if you can think of some way of bringing that to the attention of somebody who is trained in religion for them to make a check.
It would be Callie or Laria.
Yeah, I'm trained in really. I got 11.
I would whisper to Callie and Rasu, be like, hey, there's some runes in the back of that paper. They're scratched off. Could you tell me what they are?
Let's see. Is that good enough?
DC 25 is... Well, no, it's not good enough. But you know what? I'll tell you this: it's not primordial. It's either celestial or abyssal.
It's good or bad.
It's good or bad.
Wait, hold on. Is this a new day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? It's rewind time.
Time is rewind.
Okay. Oh, hey.
Whoa.
Is that good enough?
Okay, it's abyssal.
Oh,
Son of a bitch!
Now,
Wait,
I
is
will
that bad?
say, I was gonna say, before we start throwing stones, just because somebody has an abyssal item, you know, we don't know that they're
I'm
evil
not gonna
particularly.
point it. Callie's probably gonna be. She's not gonna be rude about it, but she's just gonna ask, like the Earl, like in a really as polite as she can. May I ask where you got this scroll from?
From my father. And he from his father. And he from his father. And he from his father. After that, I don't know, but probably from his father.
It's a lineageal thing.
May I ask why there are scratched out abyssal runes on this scroll?
I don't know. All I know is the instructions that were left for me by my father. Every time someone who is not human are to sign this scroll with their name. And every time that happens, a new space becomes available for the next one to write their name on. And before they do that, we must scratch through the rune.
Can I do a check to see if he's like lying?
Yes, that would be a perception check. Anybody who wants to can make that perception check.
Holy shit.
He is not lying. He is telling you the truth.
I will say,
Kind of like,
That
can I look into legal stuff to see if there's any kind of like, 'cause we're as non-humans, we're not allowed to do violence, but is there some kind of weird loophole thing where it's like, if we're attacked by humans and we defend ourselves, then we're still in trouble?
Yeah, sure. Give me a legal.
Just because this the
legal
more I'm
lore.
hearing about it, I'm like, hold on, is this?
We got a robot lawyer on the case.
Oh, sorry,
my
God.
my bad, hit the wrong button.
Okay,
Better.
well, yeah, your robot lawyer, your robot lawyer intuition, Tim, is telling you, yeah, that's actually pretty much how this works here.
Oh.
You are signing away self-defense.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, so straight up, if we sign it, that means we can't protect ourselves.
It means that if you did fight, if something were to come up and you were quote unquote defending yourself, they could use your defense of yourself to be like, oh, you committed violence, therefore you're either banished or just straight kill you.
Is there any protections? Like, would the guards protect us if somebody commits violence against us? Or is that
there's not a written
crooked guards too.
The guard makes the decision at the
so the guards can just, I don't care about that non-human, they can die.
Yeah, it depends on how racist.
Ooh,
man, I'm starting to think
this is a
signing...
spicy area.
Honestly, I'm thinking maybe not signing this document. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest.
We've been standing here a minute, and I just want to do one last check, find something. Just from the information that we've kind of gathered, if I put a fake name on there, does it seem like the abyssal paper would know if that's true or not, or does it just seem to be like
unknown? Whether or not the whatever you write on there is what you write on there. If that is a false name, whether whoever like the owner, whoever interacts with the thing is able to know that that's a false name, who knows? And whether or not it then gives the proper name again, who knows?
This is like Lariel, but on crack, apparently.
Yeah, I almost want to. Can I?
How do you make?
I don't know how I could ask the party politely to speak to the Jarl one-on-one.
Actually, though, as you all of this is going on, the Jarl has been more or less sort of just politely standing there waiting for you guys to make up your damn minds. Here over this past 30 seconds, and then
they wouldn't know, would they?
And then he looks he looks at the scroll and he looks back at you guys and he says, I have been polite standing here trying to ignore as you casting spells and sharing glances and chit-chatting amongst yourselves. It is not like you are the first outsiders who are not human who come here who have had reservations about signing the scroll. I can understand that. But I think I might say forget to have you sign it if you can use those magic to help me with something.
Oh boy, here comes side quest.
Oh boy, here comes
I think we might. Tim looks at the rest of the crew. Do you think we're amenable, you guys?
Yeah. I think we're. So, I mean, as long as we can do what we plan to do here,
I do not want to stop you from doing trade with us. We are Trade City, so it's what we do. I wish to continue this with you. But unfortunately, inside of this Trade City, we have those individuals that, well, they don't deserve to be here. And they have done things which are not forgivable. We would like to be rid of them, but they are magically inclined, which makes them difficult to put hands on. I know that you are merchants of Empire, but I know, and he glances at Tim when he's like, but I know the Empire, they do not breed cowards. These stuff that is bothering us here, we have had a recent string of deaths. Probably murders, actually. But the situation is highly unusual. We are...
Callie asks, do you still have a couple of these bodies?
The ones we have been able to capture, yes.
She looks at Larry and is like, "You think you might be able to use that spell on him?"
Wait,
On the dead body?
capture?
No. The one where she's able to like see.
Yeah, no.
Last 10
He
minutes.
referred to capturing the dead bodies.
Oh, capture the dead bodies.
Yes, he did say
What?
capture.
Capture.
What happens to
Capturing
them?
The dead bodies.
Capturing corpses?
Before they float away, yes.
Oh.
Float.
Huh?
Float away. All right then.
Well,
I was more or less inclining to think about like seeing who's behind the curtain or whatever, but bodies flying away, that's kind of strange.
I think we should be able to help you. The ones that you were able to capture, were they humans?
Yes. Humans, all citizens here at Oakham-Sea. They are all of a certain kind of demographic.
Okay.
And it has made things in part of the city tense, obviously, as there is deaths going about. This is not the first time this has happened, but this is the most we have ever found before. I don't want to discuss these sort of details out. If you are willing to aid us, then let me guide you to a side room where we can go over details of a situation. And if you decide that you truly do wish to help, I welcome this aid, because we do need it. I would like this to be the last time that we have this particular problem.
Okay.
Understood.
All right, then. So, the Jarl and his two bodyguards lead you guys over to a smaller room that has some chairs and tables and whatnot. Just like a little sort of like sitting area that's got like nice big windows to let in light and to do reading and that sort of shit. Like it's like a place where the Jarl can like put his feet up and like ignore people for a couple hours or whatever when he's tired of yarling it about.
Yarlin.
But he
Rolling about.
he has the guards like close the door and stand there while he talks to the party, and he tells the party that for the past 3 years, every winter, people in the Ashtide district go bye-bye. They vanish. And while this in and of itself is not like nothing new, it's not like they don't have crime in their town or anything like that. This is weird because these are poor people, and they don't really have anything for the most part stealing or robbing, and robbery does not appear to be the case. And other than the fact that all of these people generally in the same area, and they're all kind of like poor working class people, they don't really have any sort of connection that they connect these folks with. But every year there has been people who have disappeared, and the ones that don't immediately disappear, their bodies float just up into the air. They're usually inside of plumes of smoke, like they rise out of the chimney of whatever house they were killed in.
Can I do from what he's talking about, can I do an occultism check to see if there's something about it that I can figure out?
Occultism would be an unrelated lore, so you can, but
I can, but what?
You can, but the DC is higher.
What's the DC?
DC 30.
Ew.
I can make that if I roll a 20.
Yeah, don't.
I mean, you can try. You can try.
I'm like
Certainly
honestly.
I mean, if I fail the check,
Honestly-
I failed the check. Ain't nothing wrong with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I'm like, GM, can I actually do a society check? Just
Damn.
Oh damn, very
Close.
close actually.
Ooh.
That was close.
Yeah, you can make a society check. What are you trying to piece out, Jamal?
I'm like guessing. Can I see? Guessing Jamal was trying to see, or like, is there like a familiar scent, or probably something that could be like how he probably heard like stories. I'm pretty sure he heard a lot of stories.
I'd say there's a vague possibility of this. So it's going to be a high DC. So, but yeah, you can go ahead and make a society check.
What is the magic check I need to do?
Is it
This would be religion.
Oh, a religion check for this?
Yeah. But Jamal, if you want to make a society check,
I'll do a religion.
Short.
I'll do a religion
short.
check.
We were short. Well, it was good. Well,
What's the DC for religion?
if you're doing religion, it is a DC 28.
Oh, 28. Anyway.
like Seamus couldn't make out, Jamal couldn't make out, Callie couldn't make it.
5 short.
I was too short, and I'm upset. I'm like, damn. Oh well, at least
Guess
with
I was
like,
too short as well.
at least with like how he's talking about like, people are like ending up disappearing. Can I use underworld like crime lore to like see like if there's some type of human trafficking or something going on?
Yeah, you could do that.
All right, I'm gonna use my underworld lore. Nah, it's probably not high enough.
Everybody's just coming up blank with the
No, it
bodies
doesn't
that
sound
float.
right.
Yeah.
Well,
if
I haven't done it. I don't think I'm trained in religion though.
If you're not trained, you can't make the.
I definitely feel like we should have Laria like commune with one of the bodies and see what happened to them in their final moments.
Yeah, that's probably
Wait,
the only way that we can figure that out.
Yeah, that would be probably the thing.
First, what do y'all got to say?
Well, the Jarl just says that they have this time. There's more bodies than there were in the previous 2 years. Like each year, the number of dead have just grown. So whatever is doing it is getting bolder and wilder about it. He says that they have from this area, the kind of people who seem to be targeted. They know of at least 25 people who are missing. They have found a total of 6 bodies.
Seems like you have a serial killer on your hands.
That would be the apparent thing. So
Yeah.
some sort of vaguely supernatural serial killer.
Where, if I may ask, are you holding the bodies that you have captured?
The bodies that they have captured are currently being held in like a vault. Basically, they've taken one of their like holding cells that they normally keep like live prisoners in, and they're just putting the bodies in there until they can figure out what to do about the whole like floating corpses thing. So yeah, that's the current thing. Is they've got those 6 bodies currently stored away in a cell underground, which is where they have been this entire time. If you want access to them, he's willing to give you access to them if you think that you have magics that can help with the situation.
We certainly do. Tim looks at Laria. All
right then. That being the case, he invites you to see what you can do about that. He has Jarl business that he has to go. He's got to be balling. Always got to be balling.
Always got to be balling.
Always got to be balling.
Always got to be balling. Y'all balling.
Darwin.
He is y'all balling. So he brings out that guard that like flew in. He has that guy escort the party over to where the cell is, and the cell, the Jarl's like place, it is in fact over here beneath the church.
So like really far away.
So like over the fuck over here. So they take you over to the main Serenade temple.
Callie does ask Tim, like, while this is happening, after this whole like communing with the body thing, if we don't have to immediately go after somebody, do you want to go to the library or something? Maybe learn some more about Shoeberry or whatever?
Yeah. Because, yeah, unless we get an immediate lead, I think we got a little bit of time. Plus, the library could help us maybe do some research on it.
Alright, that's good. Callie rubs her hands together evilly. Can't wait to break into the restricted section.
The guard, he does warn, like I hope you have a strong constitution, because this is not pretty. But
sure, I used to work in a junkyard when I was like 4 years old.
Did you work on bodies? Like
yeah,
human bodies?
Well, not human. They weren't human bodies per se. But they were bodies.
Then what were they bodies of?
Callie just looks at Tim and doesn't say anything.
Waves.
He looks mildly concerned about that. But
and like marches all creepy, like fucking.
Like he talks to one of the priests there, one of the Serenade priests, and lets them know that this colorful group of weirdos is going to go take a look at this colorful group of weirdos is going to go take a look at like the bodies, and is see what they can do about it. The Jarl has given them special permission to investigate with all that, and the priest is fucking overjoyed that. Thank God, like literally thank Serenade that thank the Dawnflower that fuck, you people have shown up. So they take you down to a room that is literally is just a prison cell that has a single door, bars on that door, and then the itself just a stone room that is like a 10 by 10 by 10, basic fucking dungeon room. And inside of it, there are 6 partial corpses that are all black and pressed against the ceiling.
Oh my god. Like they're...
I don't know why I imagine that, that scene in Despicable Me where the fucking
minions floating off?
Yeah, he flies out the window, and then Dr. Nefarious is I should have closed that.
Now, question, GM, are they floating like similar to how the bodies were floating in Pennywise?
I mean, yeah, kind of. They are, they are floating like you would imagine, like body floating in, like in water, except obviously there is no water, and they're like up at the ceiling, as high as they can get up. They vaguely bob with every little change in like the air around them.
Gosh.
But each one of them is missing a different limb. They are covered and coated in soot, and the room smells very strongly of burnt wood and with a hint of blood and a smidgen of decay.
Yeah, makes sense. I do like that you said they look like they're bobbing in water. It's like I'd imagine Callie looks at them and is like, "Oh, that's not that bad. I sleep like that every fucking day in the cave."
Yeah, they're just
boy.
they're just dead man floating, quite literally.
They're just dead sleeping.
Up at the top of the room. The guard who walked you guys down here, he is going off duty. He has been on shift flying around through the smoke from the chimneys of the Ashtide district looking for more bodies inside of the smoke plumes. And he points to one of them. He's like, I found this one today. And it is the least decayed of them. It appears to be a middle-aged human man who is missing his left leg, like practically all the way up to the hip.
Oof.
Question.
I do have to ask, you go first.
Okay. Is it like torn off? Is it like chewed off? Is it like a clean, like almost like surgical straight cut?
It's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column. Very clean. That was cleanly cut, and then there's a part where it looks like maybe it was just torn or shredded.
So, okay. I do have to ask, what are, like, age ranges and, like, genders of each corpse? Like,
these are, of the 6 bodies, 4 of them are female, 2 of them are male. The oldest one looks like they were, when they were alive, they were probably in their like 60s or 70s, like relatively early. And the youngest one is probably like 13 or 14 at best.
Okay, so they seem like kills of opportunity more than like the regular MOs, you know?
Yeah, and with each one of them, the specific limb that they are missing, similar to the most recent one, there is very, very clear, you don't even need to make a check, evidence of some sort of slicing implement being used. And then at some point, it just gets like ripped or torn off.
They cut it enough to weaken it, and then they rip it the rest of the way.
That honestly probably is what's going on, exactly.
Callie, like, taps Seamus. He's like, Dad, you might want to, like, make a magic check real quick on these fools.
Alright.
I wouldn't say fools, more like floating corpses.
Unfortunate victims.
Unfortunate.
I knew what you meant. It's just one of the many quirks that I adore about you, little one.
All right. So, yeah, these corpses, they are flush with magic.
Probably why they're floating.
Yeah.
They are flush with magic.
Is there anything else that sticks out other than just like the floaty magic, though?
Other than Seamus is getting 2 kinds of magic that these guys are filled with. One of which is the buoyancy thing that's making them float. The other one is necrotic, so like necromancy magic. So
I fucking knew it was something along the lines of that.
I kind of figured too. Like, there's like they said there was like 25 people missing or something like that.
25 people missing, low income. It is the perfect setup for a fucking necromancer.
I mean, it also kind of makes sense that the bodies are missing parts. Maybe they're.
Are they trying to make a weird flesh golem? I swear to God.
While they're configuring that, can Tim like pull one off the ceiling?
Yeah, you can easily grab one and pulling it down. It's a lot like grabbing a large party balloon that's filled with helium but not quite enough to float away.
Can I check?
And when you do, there's a gurgle from inside of its body cavity of gases and whatnot moving around.
Oh yeah, that happens.
Tim's
Yeah.
going like full detective. Can he like start checking skin? Can he start seeing if there's like markings anywhere, like scarring, carvings, branding, anything?
That's going to require an actual medicine.
Okay.
I mean, are you gonna be able to see it through all the soot though? You'd have to like cool the body.
It's a hard check because of it.
So, while Tim's investigating the
want
corpses
me to
physically,
Do a medicine check as well.
Probably would be a good idea.
I'm gonna do. Is it okay for the two things that obviously necromancy will fall under occult, correct?
Necromancy falls under arcane, or some of it's arcane, most of it's divine, and then some of it is also occult. So,
So, well, I mean, the highest one I have is Arcana.
So what he basically
So,
said is some is arcane, some is religion, and some is occult.
yeah, some is arcana, some is religion, some is occult.
all right, I guess.
So which way do you want to tack?
I'll do an Arcana check first, then I'll do an occultism check, and then I guess Callie,
Yeah.
since she's got good religion, I'll have Callie give me a hand with the
Fuck,
religion
I'll just
check.
roll all three. Might as well, right?
Yeah.
I got good in
Ooh.
all three. Well.
Oh, my occultism though.
You win some, you lose some.
Okay. Well,
Tim pulls the body down to start looking, and then those two just like vultures, just
Just vultures.
like you pull down the body, and like you physically have to hold the body down, and as you are holding the body, like you and Torque and Laria are physically checking the body over, looking for evidence of marks, other damage, that sort of thing. The freshest one, the newest one, is the middle-aged guy. He has no other marks on him that would indicate that he was in some sort of fight. Like, there's no cuts, there's no scratches. Obviously, with the soot, it's extremely difficult to see if there's any sort of bruising or anything going on. He has been dead for slightly less than 24 hours, so he's otherwise still pretty intact. So much so that as you're like holding him down to do this, like he lets some gas go, and out of him comes extremely stinky black soot smoke, like fresh fire, kind of like black. But as you're checking him over,
Wait a minute.
Torque does actually notice something. There is a puncture wound that he has on his neck.
On his neck.
On his neck, like literally like a pinprick.
Oh my God! Was they killed when they sleep?
Maybe.
Or maybe even something more sinister. Maybe he made them float, cut them, and then cut their throat, and then put them up in the chimney, and they died of smoke inhalation.
Also a thing. There's a lot of different ways that could go. As far as our mystical checks here, with the Arcana and the occultism and all that sort of stuff that is throwing around, you guys know that whatever is doing this has the ability to has some sort of connection with necromancy, and that necromancy is somewhere on the border of occult and divine. So whatever this is, it's kind of wibbly wobbly on it, falls in that sort of thing, which means that this is probably not like a, say, necromancer, like a specialist necromancy spellcaster, more as just a thing which might itself be powered by necromancy. And as a matter of fact, as you guys poking and prodding at this guy lets out some more gas, And it is just like straight, like it is like it's like you're sucking the exhaust straight out of the back end of a lifted Ford F-50. Like,
wow, that's specific.
It is bad, and also like they put diesel in it, supposed to, and when it gases like that, the body kind of deflates to where you don't have to like hold it down anymore, and the smoke that comes out of it does not move with the air. It sinks to the floor and then swirls out underneath the door and like through.
Are you telling me that this person might be making human balloons? Like literally and physically?
Look up human inflation. Google it.
No, we're not talking about the blue panda.
No.
I mean, koala. Jesus Christ.
God damn it.
What?
But yeah.
Andrew Dobson.
It fucking.
I'm glad I don't know what that is.
I feel like
it fucking deflates and then the smoke leaves the room.
Well,
Can I do?
We staved it off enough. I think Larry should probably do her thing. Unless you wanted to do something else, Tim.
I was just kind of thinking of doing some kind of history check to see if this seems familiar to me in any way. I doubt it, but
It wouldn't hurt to try, I guess.
yeah.
Try anything you can think of.
Oh wait, there's not history in this one. What do I do?
Did you know a Japanese economic professor named Rontaro Funari found a way to legally counterfeit money in Tokyo? For more information, look up Funari inflation on Google Images.
No. Shut up.
No, I don't think I will.
Fuzzy. On topic. For real, that's funny. What can I do for a history check to see if this rings any bells?
Well, that is a recall knowledge. So let's do society. Let's do a society. All right, that's not terrible. Yeah, that's not terrible. Okay. Obviously, this is not something that you've ever run across in the Empire. There are very, very few things out there. Like now, there are plenty of creatures that when they kill, supernatural creatures that when they kill, they tend to do or leave some sort of thing behind with the victims that tends to be like weird and all that sort of stuff. Floating corpses, that's kind of a new one, Anya. So this is strange. This is unusual, but it's necromancy. Those sort of things do happen. I would say Tim would probably give it a good chance that you're dealing with some form of undead. But beyond that, who the fuck knows?
Wow.
The mystery get deep.
Tim's gonna turn and talk to the priest, or even the guard. The bodies that weren't recaptured, did they just float off away?
Well,
they're never found, so that's kind of the assumption.
Kelly slaps him on the face like, well, they don't know where the corpses are, dummy. What do you think they think?
Tim's gonna block the slap and be like, the reason I ask is because if they left, like, city limits, could be like a spores spreading.
Oh.
You get what I'm saying? Because if
there's spores spreading, then why are the corpses missing limbs?
An opening.
But like that doesn't explain why they feel like some of the bodies have half of the limbs feel expertly chopped and then ripped off.
And they're
If
like,
they
the same
were,
as,
are
like-
they
if
always
they were,
found in
if it
smoke?
was, yeah.
Yes, and they're always found in smoke.
Well,
That,
Laria could
the-
try,
the-
but
the
there's a
priest-
chance that she might not see any if it's just smoke.
The priest points out that the first time they actually found any of the bodies was because a building had caught on fire and during the night, and neighbors had rushed in to save their neighbor who they assumed was asleep, but instead they found them floating up against the roof inside of their rapidly becoming on fire home. So that was the first time they actually found them.
Callie says it's if it's a spore kind of thing, I feel like it would have spread to more of the city than just 25 people. 25 people seems too low for an infectious kind of thing like a spore.
Yeah.
And it doesn't explain why they're in the chimney. If they were
The
just
exit-
floating, they would be found in the fucking house.
Well, whoever's doing this
It
could be
seems
something along the
purposely,
lines of releasing them.
Well, I mean, true, but that's like I said, that still involves a killer of some sort.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that this is a magical occurrence of a magic spore. I'm saying that this feels like a group is spreading a spore-like disease through these bodies.
And Torque raises a hand, and she's like, "And I can tell you that these people, their spirits aren't here anymore. They've gone on. So if it's the kind of undead that feeds on souls or spirits or emotions or anything like that, it's either consumed it so much that there's absolutely nothing left behind, or these people have just died and Pharasma
Bodies
has
are
their
being
souls now.
used, Yeah.
For
Laria would say, I could try the spell, but there may be a chance that I may not see anything.
Well,
But I'll still try it.
Something is better than nothing.
Yeah, better to try and
Yep.
fail than never have tried at all.
Shoot your shot.
Shoot the shot.
Okay. Let's see here. You get a vision of the creature when it was alive and its last 10 minutes of travel. This vision gives you a clear impression of the route it took and locations it visited, if any, but not any creatures or hazards in those areas. This information is enough to automatically succeed at tracking the creature over distance. Okay, so this last guy, his last 10 minutes, you see him just honk shoeing in his bed. He is
I was right.
honk shoeing in his bed. It is clearly dark when this is happening, but nighttime dark. There's light coming in through the window. There is but that light fades, like a cloud's passing over or something's blocking the window. So the light fades, and you do see him start in his sleep, and he and you see him start to raise his head, and then he jerks a little bit, and then he flops down bonelessly in his bed, and as the vision just keeps playing of him just laying there as you're going through the 10 minutes, as you're getting right towards the end of that 10-minute time period, their light returns to the scene, but this time, instead of it being the silvery moonlight from the outside, it is the orange glow of firelight coming from the opposite side of him, from the other side of whatever room he was in at this time, whatever his bedroom was.
Okay.
I saw that citrus.
Alright then.
And that's all. That's what we get from the vision.
Damn, that was not helpful at all.
I mean, yeah, you get that he died in his sleep. Something came into his place while he was mirroring, and then down. Fire started somewhere near him. So yeah.
Wait, if a fire started somewhere near him, we could ask around and see about any recent fires.
Yeah.
That's still something.
Yeah, like the guy who
she
found
would
the body.
Just say that happened.
He'd be like, "Hey, what house did you find this in?"
They did mention that they only found the bodies because the person seems to burn them down or whatever. Maybe maybe I just have like a crazy theory here. Maybe they're not intentionally floating the bodies. Maybe the flotation is just an accident by them trying to burn evidence. Because like maybe what they do is they'll kill the body, cut the stab them in the neck or something like that, and then try to burn the house down or whatever. And the noxious gases produced just get inhaled incidentally and cause the body to float.
If they killed him, I don't know how they would get inhaled.
Through the neck, maybe? The hole in the neck?
How deep is the pinprick? Is it literally just like a little, or is it like a?
It is a little pinprick. It makes it from the outside, skin, down into the like major artery right there. Where you would like check somebody's pulse.
So it's not so much like a trepanner. It's more like a little injection almost.
It has to be an injection, or they're taking blood. It could be either or at this point.
Yeah, maybe.
Taking blood in a limb.
Yeah.
And then an attempt to get rid of him.
This one seems like would be very difficult to figure out.
Yeah, maybe one of the older bodies.
Does it work on the older bodies?
Even Torque said that their souls are no longer here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So either the soul
necromancy.
It's definitely necromancy adjacent.
Yeah, I'd like to check out the houses.
Probably.
Maybe even this most recent one, because perhaps the perpetrator left something.
He found the body an hour ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the perpetrator may definitely not have gotten out in time.
Well, I mean, isn't it typical for perpetrators to stay within the same area? They said this is in the same vicinity, right? Like the same district.
Yeah. I'll point it out here on the map. So you guys are currently, here where June's figure is out. I'll put.
I want to ask the guard though, specifically.
Okay. As far as the body that was found, let's see here. Make sure I'm putting this in the right spot.
I do want to ask the guard for the 25 bodies. What is the time period between each disappearance? Roughly, like an estimate.
He said that they're certain that most of these happen like 3 to 4 days apart from each other. And last year when this happened, they had about 12 or 13 people that vanished. They only managed to recover about 4 bodies. And that was over a period of about a month, right at the beginning of the year, just like it is now. So basically the month of January, people die to whatever this murderous thing is.
Is there like a ritual that only specifically occurs in those specific months? or any specific god?
There's
or
there are a couple of have a lot of like New Year stuff. So there's a very broad selection of those. Some of them are very well known, but the ones that are very known are, hey, it's the New Year's, like, let's have a party, rather than the like, let's murder people, kind of thing. So it's not going to be common. It would be esoteric, and there is so very many of them. It would probably take you a long time to sort through those.
I think our next best option. I know we wanted to go to the library, but our next best option would be to at least run by the house to see if there was anything left.
Callie, is racking her minds, this guy, whoever this is, who's doing this, they're very intelligent for doing it during the New Year's.
Yeah.
Because it would make it so much harder for us to figure out if there's a ritual attached to it.
It seems like there's something about being people in the Ashtide district, because they're people who work in the smoke places, and they're dying from the smoke stuff. Could it be something that they're working on in the? Did they see something in the factories? And this is like Silencing Squad?
Could they also just be chimney sweeps too? No, sorry, that's me thinking out loud. It's me thinking out loud.
Well, the guard lets you know what they know about these bodies that they have found. The two dudes who are like, one of them is young middle-aged, one of them is the old middle-aged. He says that both of them are they are both charcoal makers. Like, they burn wood and separate charcoal and all that sort of jazz that is associated with that. Their bodies were found on their property, which includes the kiln for the charcoal, and also their just shed basically that they sleep in. And then the four women, which you've got one who is an extremely elderly woman and one who is like a preteen. All of them were found at their own homes, and the elderly woman, she isn't like a worker anymore. She was just an elderly person who was being cared for by family. She was found in her room in their multi-room apartment kind of thing that they have set up. She was all up against the ceiling, and there was a lot of soot and ash inside of her room. He does say that the family said that when they found her, that her window was open. Then the other two women, they are just people who work in town, basically. He does point out though that one of them, her husband, who is accounted for, is like the other two dudes, is somebody who works in the charcoal production. And the kid doesn't job, and is he says that they're a runaway. They're not actually from the Ashtide district. Their family is located over in the Rosewall area, and they ran away, and they were found. They were outside when they were found. They had been caught in an overhang from one of the roofs. So they had just simply floated and got caught in an overhang, and that's where they were found.
This kind of just tells me more that all these people are victims of opportunity. That like there is no tangible like modus operandi between them. It's just that they're targeting anybody that's like easy.
Wait a minute, guys. Wait a minute. I might have a crazy theory about what this creature might be. Okay, so let's. We're gonna do a little Blue's Clues here. Missing limbs. Yeah, I'm dead serious when I'm saying that. Missing limbs, corpse being found floating in some sense. It's like probably my next question is probably gonna be like, were there somehow like were they blood being taken out or like they still had on top of them like getting missing limbs or like were they just like?
Are you saying are they like sucked bone dry or something like that? There's no blood.
Yeah.
Are you just gonna say it's a vampire or something?
No. Let me hear me out.
The guard says, as far as that is concerned, like none of them when they were found are or were notably dehydrated.
Or insanguinated.
But he does say that the child specifically was kind of a surprise because they didn't find like there is usually like some blood, like spilled blood that's in the area where these bodies are found. Like most of them don't go very far, except for upwards. From where apparently the limb thing happened. The child, though, they didn't find any blood. They have not come across a blood splatter that is unaccounted for that the kid would be attached to.
Did they convince the child?
I'm like, oh.
Like
okay.
It just seems like victims of opportunity.
It's like missing limbs. It is like with anything corpse and necromancy, and it's like it happens like what almost every year, New Year.
No. It's, every couple of days, but it happened around New Year's time.
Yeah, and it's happened 3 years in a row.
Okay. I think I can actually say my theory.
Okay.
What if this creature was similar to like Jeepers Creepers?
The Mothman prophecies?
I mean, okay,
no,
keep cooking.
No. The movie Jeepers Creepers.
Keep cooking. Hold on. No. I want to see where this goes. Hold on. You might be onto something, Jay.
Yeah,
missing limbs. Jeepers Creepers steals bodies of other limbs to replace himself to regenerate, and he comes back every 5 years. And
I hate how this is making sense a little bit.
Connecting, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Oh wait, you think I was just saying being stupid?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm thinking like, damn. Hold on, Jamal, keep cooking. Hold on.
I'm like, and just think about it, and including the fact there's no blood in the child. Probably he sucked the youth out of him to stay alive, and including like that might explain the whole necromancy thing of it. Probably.
I'm gonna like say this out loud. We're probably dealing with like a non-human, right? There's no way this is like a human person, right?
Yeah,
it's no way.
We confirmed it, right? Like unless it's like if it's a human, it's got to be like they're gotta be like a super magical human being or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If this is powerful spellcaster with some very unique spell.
Yeah, that's like the only other explanation is if it's not a non-human, it's got to be like a spellcaster, which is going to be very high profile as much as a non-human is. And so, I definitely think I would ask the guard or the off-duty guard if they have like records of this stuff, like all the not like are there any non-humans that live here or any like high-end spellcasters?
Tim's gonna sit down.
In the
Uh,
Ashtide
they-
district.
Well, not in the Ashtide district. The Ashtide district is where poor people live, and spellcasters are not poor people. Not in this culture. They. Well, clearly, when this started happening, that was sort of the first thing that they went to was like checking out the non-humans and spellcasters.
Of course.
So yeah, that was one of the first things that they went looking for. And he says that the first year, like when this happened, there was almost a riot about it. But it ended, like it stopped after a few weeks, after the beginning of the year, and tensions just kind of ratcheted down after that. And then he says in the second year, the Jarl had all of the like top spellcasters like pulled in across the city to like forcibly be, like you are being conscripted to help us figure. And he says that none of them could figure it out, although there was always this kind of feeling that some of them knew more than they were saying, but were also like terrified of it, so they just pretended like they didn't know anything. You don't know that for certain. He don't know that for certain, but he's just like that was the vibe.
Or thing or type of magic that would make them so scared that they wouldn't say anything.
And he says that in the other previous years that this has happened, obviously the first thing that everybody like turns to is the non-humans. And if you've signed the scroll with the Jarl, then you have permission to be here and everything. And while yes, technically you are signing away your right to self-defense and everything, that's kind of bad for business if a bunch of like non-humans just get their like shit rocked by a bunch of angry people. So the guards do try to like diffuse that, and they don't have anybody specifically to point to. He says that as far as the Tide District is concerned, the number of non-humans that live there is like 4 or 5 total, and he says he knows 2 of them personally, and they would never do something like this sort of thing.
Yeah, but that's the perfect cover, though.
I mean, he says one guy that's a non-human that lives here, who has been very like vocal, that hey, like this isn't being done by any of us, quote unquote, the non-humans. This is something that is being done. Outsider or somebody in town has flipped their shit. He says that like this non-human guy, he's Trollsch specifically, and his name is Dougal. He says Dougal, he's been here for like 20 years and is like a respected businessman. So and if anybody has a handle on both the Ashtide district's like culture and also non-humans that live here in town, it's Dougal, and he's pretty adamant that it's not one of them.
Sounds like we going to go talk to Dougal.
Yeah, seems like it.
Maybe. I don't know. This has happened 3 years in a row now, and a fucking council of magic, like people with magic, couldn't even figure it out. What makes us any different? Oh, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that we can't investigate. I'm just saying, are we going to uncover anything new that they haven't already uncovered?
I think it'd probably be best for the Magus to investigate the mages.
Yeah. And it wouldn't be the first time we've rolled up into town and completely took their entire existence apart by just being like, "Hey, what's up with this?" Tim, it's like, run off.
Hey yo, what the fuck is up with this shit? Oh, we never talked
What
about
the
that.
fuck is
Why
up,
don't you?
Kyle?
We pulled up and completely changed Runoff's entire existence.
Well, Runoff is literally a town full of like shanty huts made out of like with tin, you know, like.
And all we have to.
We're gonna like, you know, ruin their entire existence.
Plus, like, they were under the like shadow control of a cabal of psychic fish, which you guys broke. So, there were extenuating circumstances. But yeah, you're right, Tim. You're right. You guys do have a history of rolling into various towns and making them rethink their lives.
For better or for worse.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, like, where would we even begin, though, is what I'm thinking. Because it just, like, I don't want to go down a route that leads in a dead end, if that makes any sense.
Well, to give some perspective to that, you do know Dougal. He is a non-human who has lived here for an extended period of time. He is a well-known outside district. So you've got him. You could go talk to him and see what his take on it is. Seamus is a magus, and he probably honestly could get at least a meeting or something like that with whoever is the local like big dog wizard around here, and be like, "Hey yo, this shit that's been going on for a couple of years, why don't you back out of that? Care to dish? Like spill tea, bitch."
Some?
Yeah, like if he walks up and it's just like, "Hey, as a fellow, spill some tea." So those are two ways that you can go, and of course, the third way is you just go over to the Ashtide district and you just start poking your nose around in things that you don't have any business to do that with, which is also something you have plenty of history doing.
No!
Yeah.
Oh, fuck!
I don't know, I feel like Callie wants to go do that. In fact, it'd probably be funny. Go around poking.
Yeah, if y'all want to poke, the only, like, obviously poking around Ashtide is going to be very interesting, but I also do want to check out the house of the most recent victim. Just...
Which is in Ashtide.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Y'all can poke around and ask questions and stuff. Tim's gonna investigate this house.
Wow.
Damn.
Torque, you have been rolling mediocre as fuck almost all night long.
Callie looks at
It's the
like
smog in the air.
It is really like she's
the
smog idiot.
While you guys have been discussing this, like Torque's like pulled out her cards and she's like, laying down, her tarot and everything.
She's playing solitaire.
She's like looking at it like squints, and then she like turns cards sideways, and then she starts like hacking and coughing and like, ugh.
What the fuck?
What the beans?
What the
hell?
Wait a
Oh
second.
my god, yes.
start going and poking around in places we're not supposed to be poking around in.
Jay,
What? Huh?
calm down.
This is not time to be
What?
sweaty.
Okay, sweaty.
Not time to be
Wait,
sweaty.
what the
I hear that clacking, Jay. I know what you're doing. Calm down.
I don't know what
Hey,
you're talking about.
Yeah.
Hey. Jay. Just make sure your KD ratio is.
I'm not even playing beyond up.
Good lord, roll higher than a 2, bitch. I mean, come on.
Can I give
This game does
Can I
not
give
want us
Torque
to
a luck
know.
point? Can I give Torque a luck point?
Nah. Yeah, Torque like is squinting at the cards, and she like coughs up a storm, and she's like, I don't know what the fuck this is.
This is way below my pay grade.
No, it's above her pay grade.
we might just need to go into Ash, poke around, knock on some doors, that kind of thing.
Probably.
I would say, well, I'm thinking if we go to the Ashtide district, like, yeah, we're gonna be poking our heads where, we're not supposed to be. Obviously, it's gonna draw attention to us. But if we're trying to if we divide and conquer and get, our individual little bits and details and information, and then go to Ashtide, at least we won't be blindsided by whatever is lurking there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very valuable way to look at it.
If you collect enough
unless-
pieces, you can make a puzzle.
Yeah, I guess, unless
Tim still
pieces
got
don't
some-
make a full puzzle. Like all the pieces just tell us fuck all. Like they just tell us what we already know, and then we go to Ash Town anyway with the same knowledge. But then it wouldn't hurt to try. So
Mm-hmm.
it's true.
I was like,
But
well, I didn't say this. At least we have Tim with the scarf.
I mean,
That's true.
Do we have to with a scarf?
Could I? Ooh.
Tim
Could I
could
make
technically
us-
hide amongst the humans as an
Yeah.
automaton.
That would lead.
Yeah.
And then
you could do
if
that.
Tim somehow meets our perpetrator and they try to prick his neck, all I gotta say is, behold, optic blast.
Yeah.
okay,
for,
so what you're
but
saying is Tim should disguise himself as like some
Well,
elderly
no.
70-year-old woman who's all by themselves with their lonesome or
I
whatever.
was like,
yeah, I
you
could do.
dare come into my home and tell me how to.
I'll be like,
Skeleton death blast.
just like Tim will like flick on his scarf a little bit, and it'll turn into like. Tim turns to ask the guard, "What's the oldest that people can work in the Ashtide district?"
What do you mean oldest?
Like, is there a limit to the age where they just go, "Okay, you're not worth,
Oldest.
you're not worth the."
What do you mean
I
I
limit?
mean,
Oh.
of course he would ask that. He's an automaton. Excuse my friend here. He's a robot. He doesn't really understand the concept of aging.
He's
No,
automatonistic.
Tim understands. I think the guy is saying there is no limit.
Oh my god.
Oh, but Tim is automatomistic.
Well, so long as you're also optimist.
I am
Okay.
Optimus Prime.
All right. Well,
Autobots roll out.
Tim. Basically, the reason the guard's like confused question, like, what do you mean retirement? I do not understand what this word means.
There is
What do you
no
mean
upper
stop
limit.
working. There is no upper limit. Upper limit is when your body physically stops working.
Okay, Tim's gonna turn himself into like a frail, soot-covered, like 55-year-old man.
The guard is like concerned about this, but like he's like that's not right. That's not kosher.
You sassing me?
Like
I'm like, the fact you did it in front of him, I'm just gonna make us a
like
little bit more suspicious, to be honest.
Very much like Serenade Preserve. But like, hey, you know what? The yard is so he's not paid well enough to question that.
Yeah.
Um,
True.
Okay, so is there any other information gathering you want to do before Tim goes full bait?
Oh god.
I will say I do want to talk to the wizards first, and I want to see what's going on, because as what the guard said, they apparently know something, but
Yeah. Okay. Well, the guard, as he has been commanded to by the, will take you over to where you meet with one of the high-ranking local wizards. Matter of fact, the guy who provided him with these, like dandy boots that let him do this, and then he just like lifts his feet off of the ground and like cruises at standard walking speed, 3 inches above.
Nice.
hey, you can't be flat-footed. I like that.
He's like, yeah, I rather enjoy the whole like not actually having to physically. The flying, the flying's nice. I would rather though not be chasing after bodies that are floating into the sky though. But
how much do you want for them?
Must be hard on the lungs.
Nah, man. Unless that wizard comes knocking, like to repo, these are his. Like it's like, well, if you can catch my corpse floating high in the sky, then you can have them.
Subtle foreshadowing.
But
we like those.
He takes you up into the Dawn Market is where he leads you guys next. And so he takes you over into the Dawn Market. And over in the Dawn Market, there is a lot of shops. And one of those shops is a arcane repository where they sell all kinds of like, spell components and, like all of the like specialized inks and powders and whatnot that you might need to set up a ritual circle or, all of that sort of like standard operating spellcrafty shit. But he takes you there and he tells the guy up front, it's like, hey, get your dad. They want to talk to your dad. So the guy who's there, like, he's not a young man. And he's like, okay, give me a minute. And so he goes into the back of the shop, and then after a couple of minutes, the most wizardly ass look comes out of the back, like with a walking stick. He's got the long beard, he's all like wrinkly. He's got age spots. Like he's clearly like probably in his like 70s to 80s.
God, that's ancient.
Yeah, he is ancient by human standards.
Ancient.
But even though he does have a walking stick though, this man is moving with energy. Yeah, like this guy, he comes around the corner, like looks at you guys, gives a squint, and like you see him like focus on like Rusi specifically, and like gives him a squint, and he's like, "You're one of them water people, aren't you?"
Callie breaks up. What the hell is that supposed to mean?
I talked to Callie in a Frostu. I said, "Don't worry, honey. He's from a different generation."
Also, he's kind of he's not incorrect, but the way that he said it sounded incorrect.
Yeah.
So, he sounds like he's like he's gonna drop water with a hard R.
One of those people.
Guys, I might commit a murder.
It's okay, honey. He's from a different time.
It's going to be on this frail ass
But like, but you see him like he switches up his grip on his walking stick. Like he had his hand on the knob, but then he like picks it up like and tosses it, catches it in the middle, and then he taps the knob on Rusi's like prosthetic arm, and he's like, "Hey, and you got a metal arm. You're a water guy with a metal arm. That's bad feng shui."
Bad feng shui. Hold up. He might actually be cooking. Hold on.
He's one of the.
You should have a wood arm, and it should be on the other side.
Just let me chop off the
other side. That's hilarious. Just like what?
I don't much care for this guy.
Because he hasn't like Tim is in the old man look. He hasn't like seen through that, has he?
He hasn't even paid any attention to you.
Oh, good.
But then like he like looks at the other rest of the party, and he looks at Callie, and he's like, "What about you? You got wood arm, or you got other metal arm?" I
got both of my arms. Thank you very much.
Oh, you got regular arms. Okay, so both of you are both water arms. Go to it. All right. What the fuck do you people want?
That would be me who asked for you.
Oh, wait a second. You are Aeon. I've not seen Aeon around here. Oh, shit. And he kind of like leans forward and he's like and lowers his voice. Is there a primordial about? I don't like primordials.
Is he
That's the-
tweaking?
I get the feeling that he's tweaking, but I'm gonna be like, there's actually something I am trying to figure out, though. Do you mind if we talk more privately in the back?
Sure, I guess so. Welcome to my shop. It's still my shop. Son may be watching desk up front, but it's my shop. Come on back. You, with metal arm. You stand on the left side of the door. And then he like walks, turns around and like, click, click with his walking stick. Walks back into the back of the shop where like almost everything is just for no reason whatsoever, just levitating around. As he's got various like unseen servants doing like various like small tasks and all of that sort of jazz. So it's like it's very fucking like Merlin, from the Sword in the Stone. From Sword in the Stone, kind of like playing in the back.
He was racist towards fish people, that is.
Yeah, Merlin, if he was racist towards fish people. So racist Merlin here. He plops himself down in like a big cushy chair, puts his feet up, and then looks at looks at the party for a moment, and then he looks back at Seamus, and he says in very heavily accented Rasu, so, what'd you come ask me for?
Straight to the point, I see. As he replies back in Rasu. So, me and my party here are investigating the corpses that have been found around, and I've been told that some of the other mages have an idea of what's going on, and they know a little bit more what they're telling. All I want to know is the truth. Do you know what's going on?
I have a good idea, yeah. But don't tell Bulger about this. I don't want to... it used to be a thing. Long ago. I was in war. And I fight side by side with Imperial allies. And we have a one like you, Rasu, with us. And not sure. Yeah. They good person. So I know I'm a bit rough, but I don't mean bad. But there was time back then when you say wrong thing to wrong. You don't show up for training in the morning. And it's sometimes still like that here. I don't want Bulger to know that I tell you this, okay?
Your secret's safe with me.
Okay.
It might not be safe with Callie though.
Like he's speaking like he doesn't expect anyone else here to know Rasu.
Callie's not gonna change that either.
But
keep talking.
He leans back in his chair a little bit, and he says, Bulger, he come to us 2 years ago when this happened. He asked again last year. I expect him to ask again this year. I'm going to tell him the same thing I told him last two. That he's just somebody is crazy, a murderer. But they are regular people. They are using magic to do what they do to the bodies. At least the ones that can be found. The ones that don't be found, I can only make guesses on that one. But this is what I know. Buddy of mine, well, old friend. He dead now. But he was there 2 years ago when we were asked about it. He said to me that he pretty sure it's an undead creature. It's some sort of spirit to it. And I don't want to tell Bulger this, because if I tell Bulger there is spirit at work, Bulger will just burn the entire Ashtide district to the ground. He will sooner see everyone in there before he let people know that there is a spirit on the loose inside the walls and that it is killing people. Better for them to think that it is one of them. Better that they think it is just a regular crazy killer man than some sort of spirit. Because if he does that, if he knows that it is a spirit, he will burn the entire place to the ground. And he really won't care if those buildings have living people in them. He won't care about their livelihoods. He won't care about their possessions. He will not care about their actual lives. Now, they probably won't keep anybody in there. You know, it's not one of those things where they lock all the people inside. No. They will flash the thing. They will just burn it all to the ground, and then they will have some big thing go around. They will go around, take collections, take donations, conscript half of the able people to rebuild. It's happened before. They will happen again if they get one scent of a spirit being involved. Because that's what it is. It is a spirit. It is some kind of it's like a ghost. You know what ghost is, right? You understand that sometimes mortal soul does not go to Pharasma. Sometimes mortal souls stick around here in universe, go oogly boogly, and like try to give a heart attack. He's like that, but he's a powerful one. He's motivated by hate. He's motivated by well, maybe not hate. Maybe not hate, actually. Maybe something else, because like it only attack in the Ashtide, and it only attack people that live and work there. People who are just regular people who are associated with the charcoal business. Something to do with that. That has to be what it is. And I know that they have pointed fingers at the Inhumans in town. And this does not look good on me, but I have to say, that first year, I kind of thought it was that too. But my friend, he say, no, it's spirit. Probably, actually, human spirit too. Which, well, if that is
gonna speak up here in Rasu, be like, if you guys knew exactly what it was, then why the hell have you guys not done anything about it yet? If you guys,
he turns like a wild eye, like at Callie, like.
Oh, and Seamus kind of like chuckles a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry. That little one there is my daughter. She knows how to speak Rasu. I've taught her a multitude of things, especially with like the magic arts and such.
Huh. Well, then let me impart another lesson to you, little girl. Just because we know what is does not mean we can do anything about it. It is ghost. It vanish. It decorporate. It on the manifest itself. It only attack at night, and it only do so in places that are filled with some smoke. These things we know. This is what to do. If you just simply avoid those places, well, then booyah. But
Booyah.
But if you are in those places and it shows up, if it rears its ugly head, let's say that it do so, and I am there. I am wizard. I know how to cast fireball. I can blow up entire building with like 2 thoughts and a winky of my left eye. But it won't do shit against a ghost. So knowing about it does help, but it's not the kind of knowledge that helping there. Because like I say, if Bulger found out about it, if any of the guards find out, they will burn that place to the ground. Not care what it does to any of the people that call that place home.
I don't know, man. It just seems like you're just as bad. You've known about what it is this entire time and haven't really done a lot of to stop it from killing more people. It's been killing and killing the last 3 years on the same
I am
few
old
months.
man. My sciatica goes.
Yeah, the 2 options, like, he can't, vigilante hit. Like, Tim can't understand it because they're speaking in Rasu.
My soldier days are long. I can't do it. I am not the man I once was on the battlefield, slinging spells, taking names. I was going to say something about damsels, but you're his daughter, so I'll avoid that part. Anyway, thing is, if you asking me this, and he looks at Seamus, if you asking me this question, then that means that Bulger know you here, and that means Bulger asking you for help in this situation. I think
that is correct.
I think either Bulger is hoping that you can do something about it, or Bulger may be hoping that he get someone he can pin blame on, He's not a bad man. He's not a bad man. Let me be clear on this. He's not a bad man, but he is a man who is a ruler. He is a Jarl, which means if he sees an easy out, he will take it. So do not make yourselves the bad guy accidentally, or you will find yourselves on the wrong end of the spear.
I'll take your word for it. This has been very helpful.
I know you are doing good thing, and I wish I could help you more. I wish I could give you more information on this thing. But remember, if you know things about spirit, they are like the wind. They can pass silently, without any sort of noises or any sort of shadows, things like that. They can float through walls. They are sometimes just thoughts that you cannot grasp. They slip through your fingers. But then when they want to, they can manifest their fingers inside of your face. And that's, generally speaking, not good for you. Very unhealthy.
I had figured as much.
Yeah.
So be careful while you are out there. But watch what you're doing, because, like I say, if Boulder see easy way to place blame on you, he will do it.
I do have one more question.
Yes.
Do you know about the fires that have been taken part of around the Ashtide district with the disappearance of the bodies?
Yes, I am aware of this thing. I don't know if this thing is related to the bodies or it's just simply side effect. It is winter. Everybody has heat going. So if someone die in their sleep to spirits, the fire can get out of control. Fire can just happen. But my gut say that's not what happened all the time. My gut say somebody, maybe spirit, maybe somebody else, start fire. Don't know if that helped you. And I apologize
Something
that I cannot
might
be
be
more helpful.
summoning.
Oh,
Something might-
actually, there is one thing I think I can do to help with this. I give it to you, no charge, because you are doing good thing for my city. And I might be an old bastard, but I am an old bastard who loves his people and would like to see them do good. And you are doing something about something bad that has happened to my people. Here. And like he gets up and like walks over to like one of his cases and taps on it with his walking stick, and it opens up by itself, and he reaches in and pulls out a small box, and he brings it back over to you guys, and he's like, here, take this. If you are going into Ashtide and you won't do anything about creepy spirits. If spirits or something else is doing the fires, this will help with that. And he looks at the Conrad, lowers his voice like he's whispering, and he's like, just between you and me, this contains a drop of fiend. Is very, very diluted, but if you sense, that kind of stuff, don't worry about it, man. But yeah, so he hands you a box that has several small vials in it. These are vials of smoke breathing.
Ooh.
So if you have to breathe, you can drink one of these, and 1 hour, not susceptible to smoke inhalation. It also reduces the concealment that smoke provides. It lets you see slightly. It doesn't remove it entirely.
It just makes it easier to see through it.
But it does make it a little bit easier to see. The potions last for 1 hour.
And how many are there?
We'll just say people who actually drink.
What?
So,
What?
well, I mean, there's let's see here, 6, 8, 8 vials of this.
All right.
One for everybody.
One for everybody, and it has, and like I said, it actually does contain a droplet of fiend blood in each one of them. And what's funny is the specific fiend that it.
The specific fiend, what? Your mic cut out again.
The specific fiend that the blood.
Oh my god.
It cut out.
We should not know these secrets.
The mic is censoring you really bad.
God.
Cannot speak the true name of this demon.
No, you cannot. You cannot speak its true name. All right. Well, it's 10 o'clock. And this is honestly, this is honestly a good place to bring it to a. So, next session, we will be poking around in the Ashtide to find out what the hell's going on, and you guys have a little bit of extra protection.
I do wanna tell old wizard man something that we found out.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna whisper to him in Rasu as well, and an eye for an eye kind of thing, because he gave us this box. So I'm gonna let him know a little detail. You know that scroll that he has, correct?
The one he make all of the non-human sign? Yes, I know it.
There are scratched up runes that are abyssal on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
Oh.
Oh, he knows.
Oh, he knows.
Oh, he knows. He is utterly unsurprised by this.
So I think there's might be a possibility that the Jarl might also have a role in this without his knowledge.
It's possible. I agree. It's possible.
Just
Scroll very old though. Many generations been in his family. It is magical. Not gonna lie, it is magical. If I had to guess, is probably from Mephistopheles. Probably where it originally come from. Hopefully, if you're lucky, that thing is dead. But if not, maybe one day it come back and collect its scroll.
Well,
That
good
would
thing
be
our
very
names
bad.
aren't going to be on it.
So he let you go without signing it?
Because we're doing this.
Because we're doing this.
Ah, that's what he do. Tricky little fucker. I didn't like him when he kid. Don't really like him now either. He's not a bad guy. I want to continue to point that out. He's not a bad politician, and he's a politician first before he is anything else.
Yeah.
That's almost worse.
Yeah.
Which, now that I think about it, that might actually be influence of Philistophilis. Or it could just be he bastard, Either or.
Yeah.
Bazinga.
Bazinga
Oh,
indeed.
God.
God damn it.
Cue soundtrack, cue laugh track.
Cue the laugh track.
Roll credits.
All right. Roll credits as we come to the end of our, as
Did we
always.
get any experience points?
You will eventually.
Eventually.
I've been level 8 for a minute. Don't worry, it's alright.
I want to
Hey,
reach level 9 already. God damn it.
Level 8's a good level, jeez.
Good
Just
level.
let it kick in.
Not for Magus.
Let it simmer.
Yeah, I know you're looking at that.
He's theming.
I know.
I'm looking at this level 9 automaton ability. Oh,
Oh,
I mean, it is going to be time. The next cool wild thing. But either way, as always, thank you for showing up, and putting up with my absolute horseshit. What is it, Jay? What is it? What happened?
no.
You smell
Trapped in a well.
Row.
Is Hatsune Miku trapped in a well?
Row.
shut up. Get that out of here.
Cotton 4K.
Illegal.
Illegal.
Is Hatsune Miku caught in a washing machine?
Row.
What are you gonna do?
What's the dog doing?
Um,
God.
Well, I'm about to flip this desk. I'm about to lose it.
so as
No, wait, no,
hey,
oh,
hey,
no,
it's not a session of how.
That's true.
I'm like, no, it's Uber. I'm trying to get something to eat, and I just realized I got I'm on Uber Eats, and I accidentally realized I was subscribed to Uber One.
Ooh,
Not sponsored, by the way.
Not one.
not
Oh yeah, I forgot we're streaming. Yeah, not responsible.
Hashtag not sponsored.
not sponsored.
Hashtag get DoorDash,
Jay,
not sponsored.
I hope that you do get some food in you.
And that victory royale.
And that victory royale.
John, shut up.
Uh,
I'm off the game. My eyes actually hurt from playing. I'm off that game.
So he said.
Man, he's been staring at Miku that much as okay, well, I mean, hey, Jay, I get it.
It's me with Minecraft.
Anyway,
In my
Okay, so I at this moment do not know of anything which should interrupt our next session on the 25th. Things are still a little wibbly living situation, although they're beginning to get like firmer, like zeroed in, and there's a small but growing possibility I might move to Florida. So
let's go! Retirement episode with her fuzzy.
I mean, for real.
Like the golden man,
Florida.
not golden girls, golden man.
I mean, for real.
Florida is too close. That is.
Yeah, that is too close, isn't it?
The platinum vase. Anyway, so anywho, yeah, if anything does come up though in between now, I'll let you guys know. Otherwise, I hope that y'all have the rest of your evening is fun and restful and or delicious, whatever your particular situation. So yeah, everybody, y'all have a fine ass evening. I am also going to like procure some food here in a few minutes, and then maybe so there's been the name of a devil dropped. There's a fucking like smoke ghost going around.
My brain's thinking it's a possible wraith.
I mean, that's a very high possibility.
God, I hate being smart sometimes.
Oh, the burden of intelligence.
Humble brag and be like,
Me with my 10 intelligence.
Shit, you only got one int.
Only got one int.
Plus 0.
Okay.
I'm like, I don't know why
Well,
my brain is like.
Hey. Although, you know what, Jay, you're like reaching to the back for Jeepers Creepers. That sort of situation, like that was so close. Like as you were like pulling in on that, like that was just so close.
God.
Ooh, they're about to accidentally their way into the answer.
So I was. Oh my god! So meaning I actually was.
You were. It's that scene from SpongeBob. I'm so close, I can almost taste it.
He's Nick on it.
We should have let him keep cooking, bro. You might have stumbled into the right answer by accident.
He is
Either it's a wraith or a lich.
If it's a lich, this whole town is doomed.
Yeah, if it's a lich, if it's a lich, you're fucked. If it's a wraith, you can maybe deal with that.
Maybe.
Oh my god! I'm like, okay, yeah, we're gonna keep that what I said and just keep it in the back of our heads. Got it?
You got it. All right. So otherwise, everybody, y'all have a good night. I'm gonna go do my snuff. I will talk to y'all later.
Have a good night, everybody.
See you then.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, that was a lovely session, and props to our whole team, and props to our GM. They did a lovely, they did a lovely job voicing all the characters, and yeah, this was a really great session. I'm glad that we got to use this new overlay I made, and it's looking really good. Oh shoot, I thought I fixed that. Tim's thing still needs to be swapped around. Shoot, I probably forgot to save it as a JPEG. Oh well. But yeah. Oh, that's right. It's the top one. It goes on top. I saved it on the bottom. Oh, that's why. I'll go and fix that later. But yeah. Thank you everybody so much for watching along. Hope you'll have a lovely day. And I know exactly who we're going to raid. We're going to go ahead and raid Gadget Gizmo. They are doing a little, I would say like pep talk or walkthrough guide, some kind of thing to joining a VTuber agency. It's also one that I am also, fingers crossed, would like to go and join, but we'll see how that works out. But first I need to put in an application. But that is who we're going to go ahead and raid. We're going to go ahead and raid Catch Gizmo, and as always, here's the raid message, or you can go and use this one. or use your emotes, or just the words, whatever you want. And again, thank you all so much for being here and being along for the ride. I know that I've been incredibly busy and, well, life isn't going too well behind the scenes, but I am not going to give up. And I am going to keep my head up, or chin up, and plow full steam ahead. Somehow I know I'll manage it because I have everybody's support. So thank you, and as always, I do not have an ending screen ready for the for that. But yeah, let's go ahead and go, and I will see y'all next time. Bye bye.
And I like doing fun spreads and layouts. And I showed off some of my cutesy art. I cannot